Hello and happy Sunday, all. Um, Ads should have played and they have not. I feel like they're going to randomly trigger, and when they do, I am sorry. I try to run them at the beginning when we start the stream, so it's out of the way. While people are joining, it's done, and then we have an hour. They're going to randomly hit. So if you're not subbed, if you don't have turbo, I'm sorry. All you're going to miss is us chatting anyway. We're just going to be talking. We're not going to start playing within the next 3 minutes or something. You got ads. Okay, my ad manager is being really dumb, and it's never saying that they were played. I never saw in chat that they were played. Weird. I don't know. I feel like they're going to randomly hit. Like, I feel like there's going to be a double hit, and I am sorry. Oh my, but that's okay. Hi, friends. How has the weekend been? Hello. Steph, thank you for the 17 months. Hold on, let's switch things over. It's a Phaz Friends Day. Oh, look, ads. Gosh darn it. Yeah, there they are. Well, at least they're hitting now. I told you. I tried to warn you. I gave you a heads up. I told you. I said, you heard me. I said it. Siren, thank you for the 2 months. Hello. Gosh darn it. At least they're hitting now and not like in the midst of the games, because that would suck. Yeah. Withering Witch. Blue. Hello. What's up, friends? Rafa. Hello. Mare. Hi. How are you? Stuck at work. I'm sorry. I hope work's okay. Working on the weekends. That's got to be a blast. California. Long time no see. Hello. All right. Let's play a little game of catch up, shall we? Cap. Thank you for the 6 months. Welcome back, dude. Appreciate you guys. Hello. Azuri. Hello. Thank you for the 5 months. Koki. Thank you for the 6. Jenny. Thank you for the biddies. What's up, Ice Storm? How are you? Hockey, hello. I'm good, Griff. How are you? Good to see you. Hey, how are you? Dawn, thank you for the 9 months. It's a baby. I don't want to get out of bed an adult. You know what the best part about being an adult is? You can choose not to and regret it tomorrow because you had a lot to do today and you forgot to do it. Or you chose not to do it and now you just have to fight it. It's your choice. What was it? I heard Glay say that yesterday. I was watching him play Outlast Trials, and they were talking about dinner, and he's like, you know what the best part about being an adult is? You can have ice cream for dinner. Who gives a shit? It's like, yeah. Amen, brother. Amen. Knox, thank you for the 21 months. I'm backing up. Kate, thank you for the 4 months. Welcome back. All you lovely resubbing beans. 2024 sucked. Thank you for the 5 months. That is a statement and a half via a name. Welcome back. Oh my goodness. Thank you for the follows. Hi guys. Hello. Olive. What up, friend? Random Sarah. Hello. How's everything going? Olive, what are you up to? Hey, how are you? Frog. Hi. Witch. Withering Witch. Thank you for the biddies. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Today we're playing with Break. Her name is in the title in case you guys are not already following her. She is, she'll be live too. She will be live as well. Break is a homie. She is an absolute breath of fresh fart, if you will. Lovely human being. But she is awesome. She's hilarious and fun to play games with. So we're here today. There's a giveaway. If you guys type join in chat for a music box sticker. Chris, thank you for the 6 months. Hello. Yes, you just have to type join. If there's ever a merch giveaway, you just type the word join. It's not a command. It's never different. It is always the word join. Always. Reviewing, studying. Oh, I hope it's going well. I know there's a lot going on for a lot of people right now. There's a lot happening. So hopefully everybody is remaining calm. Your weekly challenge reset. Oh, Coco, it's been happening to everybody. Yeah, they did something with this. The music is extraordinarily loud, and I'm so sorry. They did something with the event update that screwed up the weeklies. So people have been getting a reset on the weekly over and over and over. You can choose to do it again for the points, because why the hell not? Or you can just forget it and just, you did it once that week. Who cares? Move on. It's fine. Dragon! Enjoy the music box sticker from Juju. GG's. And hopes you actually get it this. I hope I do too. I feel like we will. You suck at Phaz, barely played it, but watching the, oh, appreciate you. The more you play, the better you're going to get. I mean, that's literally with anything. Repetition, especially for a game like this, is actually very beneficial. Unless you're certain people. We won't put names down. It's fine. Red Wolf, thank you for the 6 months. What up, guys? How you doing? I'm good. I'm doing well. Feeling good. Feeling all right. Yeah. A little tired. My daughter decided to creep into bed yesterday, so I had a knee in my back the entire time. That was comfortable. Yeah. Besides that, though, yeah, we're doing good. Highland Walrus, thank you for the biddies. Lady, thank you for the 7 months. You guys, welcome back. Oh, my goodness. How's the ship? I live in a house. I'm confused. Potato, thank you for the biddies. Callie, thank you. I'm a potato. Knees in the back are the best. Yeah, it's such a lovely time. It's not even like I had a nightmare thing. It's like she woke up in the middle of the night and she's like, oh, I'll just go. Their bed's pretty comfortable. I'll just go hang out with them. So she gets right in between us. And then she like does the dog thing where she like, oh, my house full of water. Oh, that's actually funny. Yeah, the boat. No, it's fine. It's fine. It's the past couple days, it's been perfectly dry. And I have put everything back to where it was. So, yeah. Yeah, it took me a second to understand what you were saying. Yeah, that's funny. That makes sense. No. What they're talking about is because my house, the first floor and the basement were covered in water. It wasn't like inches of water or something, but water was pouring onto the floor on the first floor and into the basement. So we had to, that was a panic couple of days, but everything's put back. My little retro area is back to where it was. Everything is fine. Nothing was really ruined. It was just an inconvenience. Yeah, an expensive inconvenience, but you know, life happens. Rain, Frog, thank you guys for the biddies. Owlie, thank you. It's better now. Yeah, but it could have been way worse. It could have been a million times worse. And I think that's a really good way of always looking at everything. But yeah, inconvenient, sure. Annoying, absolutely. A very panicky couple of days, you bet your ass. How is it today? We're fine. Did the ghost turn on the sink? It might have pooped in the sink. I don't know. Yeah, Nervy Jane, thank you for the 17 months. It is what it is. The ship is dry. That's right. Think of like Sea of Thieves. Someone hit the side, water was pouring in, got the buckets, ran outside, threw it into the grass, and we're good now. Did a couple wood patches here or there. We're good. What do you have on your shelves? That's a very loaded thing to ask because there's a lot. Are ships ever dry? Touche. I mean, the inside of the ship should be dry. I have a lot of things on my shelf. Yeah. Just a few couple. Between Funko Pops, 90s Nickelodeon Funko Pops galore. Up there having a bunch of plushies from Phasmo and just other games I've played. There's Toe that was made by Break. I've got D's Nuts on my shelf, which belonged to Coach. I have my YouTube play button there, a pad that just has random crap on it. My Pillow Face, which is there. There's tons of stuff. A bunch of Funkos up there that were gifted by amazing people from the community, which I keep in a little area over there. There's a nice little reminder, which is fun. Actually, wait. It's a little bit hard to see because of how dark it is, but there's a N64 up there. There's a Dreamcast, Super Nintendo. There's a Game Boy behind that chair. Over here, you can't really see it. But there's a Furby, an original Furby from the 90s, a can of Surge, a 90s Nickelodeon phone, original. This was made by Car's wife, a custom FlashForce sign, which is nice. This is a original cell from 1996 from Hey Arnold that was drawn by the creator. This was a gift from Song. Yeah, there's lots of stuff back there. Yeah, there's lots of stuff. Oh, do you have Hot Wheels? No. Oh, I also there's Goosebumps books back there. There's all kinds of stuff. Yeah. What's the expiration date on that Surge? Of at least yesterday. Yeah, at least. Psychic Lady, thank you for the 14 months. Hello. Linear, thank you for the 2 months. Georgia, thank you for the 4. Hello. Keep the Cursed Furby. Oh, yeah. It's not going anywhere. Lots of fun stuff back there. Lots of fun stuff. This is an accumulation of time. Thank you guys for the hype train. Y'all are amazeballs. Thank you. Lots of stuff over however long a period of time. Is this MTV Cribs? Close enough. Yeah. And I've had this sign on my wall for ages, and I'm working on, they contacted me about another one. Oh yeah, I also have my Apocalypse trophies and also my original plaque On the wall too. Well, not on the wall, but on the shelf. Yeah. The Goosebumps series is streaming on Peacock. I know. My son was watching part of it. Yeah. Hey, Ken, how are you? What's up? We're chilling, man. We're chilling. We're going to do some gaming with friends today. Gaming with friends, meaning playing games with Break and trying to stay alive. Big fan of the TikToks. Welcome in. Good to see you. You know, I've gone live over there the past couple of days a few times. You seem like you slept well. I didn't. It's all a ploy. It's a facade. Okay, I'm going to sneeze. Where'd you get the APOC trophies? I had them made by a friend. That and the plaque. Yeah. It's so fun to design the background. It's so much stuff. It's so much stuff. Yeah, it is. It is. All right, let's get Phasmo open and then we can reach out to Break and see when she's ready. Celta, thank you for the 3 months. Hope you're all having a wonderful time zone. I am. I hope you are. Whatever time it may be for you. All right. Opening up the Phasmophobias. May the games begin. That's right. You had 3 mimics in a row yesterday. Oh, you still felt so tired. Oh, but mimics are so fun. I'm going to sneeze. Like it's right there and it won't leave.
Welcome back. I've prepared some jobs for you.
I somehow just hotkeyed that. All right, I'll have to double check my scene hotkeys after this. I don't know how I did that. We're fine. Everything's fine. The problem is they were all acting like shades. Oh, you didn't give enough time to branch out and be other things. I thought you did it to sneeze. No, it was an accident. I didn't mean to switch over to the scene. I didn't mean to do that. Oh, when the power went out? Yeah, I know. It was summoned by the sneeze. I didn't actually sneeze. Today we are not only doing the event maps. That's not happening today. We're just going to do a bunch of different maps. I know that for sure. I also am at the point where I can prestige, but I don't think I want to yet. Because we like to do a prestige game and make something of it, but I don't want to put her in that situation. So I don't know. I might do that tomorrow. I don't know. I'm very uncertain. Ghost, thank you for the follow. Welcome in, man. Yeah, I'm not sure. It's been put on hold since Oblivion. You know, I never actually played the original Oblivion. Yeah. All right, let's go to multiplayer. Is she hosting or am I hosting? I'm gonna ask her. Want to host? Want to host? Prestige on the late game? Yeah, but usually the nice thing about the prestige games and why I do them solo is because I can talk about the process of game one with tier 1 equipment and what I like to do and how I like to approach it. I feel like if I'm playing with others, I'm just gonna be goofing off the entire time, which can be fun, but I think for a like educational segment, it's not the best. Yeah. Custard, welcome in. Hockey, thank you for the biddies, man. Thank you. All right, she's gonna host. Yeah. Hey, what's up, Grace? Mom loves watching the streams. Well, say hi to Mom for me. Thank you. I don't know what you're joining, damn it, boy. There's literally nothing happening. Cornelia, hello. Jump in when ready. Roger that. All right, she said to jump in whenever I'm ready. Let's back out of this. Break. Oh, break. Hey.
Why do you always do that?
Saying hi. Damn.
And hi. Oh my god.
What?
Why do you always do that?
I was in a VC and someone told you to type it.
It still
Oh,
feels
well, that
like
means you
I
should
just
probably
got out of
type it
bed
because
right
someone
now,
in the
'cause it's
VC
like
said to.
11:30, and I know that's not early, but like, my brain is still asleep.
Wait. You said your brain's asleep because of what time it is?
No, not because of what time. It just feels early, and I know 11:30 isn't early.
Oh, fair.
But like, yeah.
I guess it
yeah.
depends on when you went to bed. Hi, Spider. Your mom says hi back.
Like 2 a.m.
That was like
Wasn't
a
I'll talk about my
depleted.
sleep
It was
habits.
like a depleted, depressed SpongeBob.
Like anytime we talk about my sleep habits, it's not good. I get yelled at.
God. Well, you should learn your lesson then.
I've tried. It's not working. Well, it doesn't matter because my brain hates me anyways. I woke up
Give her
after
the dono,
like 4
dude.
hours and couldn't go back to sleep.
Hold on. I'll talk to her in a second. All right. Well, you know, life happens. I had a kid kicking me in the back all night, so that was fun.
Oh, that sounds delightful.
It was great.
Yeah, I bet you got 0 sleep. Yeah.
Anywho. I know we were talking about different game modes and whatnots. Whenever, like, if we want to start with Nightmare and switch over to that, I'm willing to try. I just need to know what his settings are.
His settings are literally. Well, yeah, I mean, we can. Yeah, I agree.
Do you want? I know we're not worried about the event.
High.
Tier 3 dots.
Yeah.
You cool with that?
Yeah. That's
Okay. Yeah, we're not worried about event things. Like, if we play an event map, cool, whatever. But we're not worried about the event. Karate, hello. Kumar, what's up? Aiden, hello.
Yeah. If we do, cool. If we don't, cool. Like, yeah, not stressed.
Not today.
I'm good with starting with Nightmare. Tom's Insanity I was telling you about is literally Insanity. He changed the grace period to 0, added 2 cursed possessions, and changed the ghost speed to 150. So otherwise, it's just regular Insanity.
Down, Charlie Brown.
Yeah, I think some Nightmare to warm up on is probably a good idea.
Classic.
Sure
Do we want to
brain's
leave it up
a
to the
little more
fates and let random be our first choice? Mr. Chingus. A little bit of random action.
Sure. Yeah.
I have, you know, I feel like it's going to be a good day. I trust.
Random is going to be good to us. It's always kind to me.
It's always kind to her, not to me. When you, see, if it was me, it would have been full Sunny. With her, restricted. I don't think I've ever had random with you and actually got and had a large map.
It happens. It's just rare. Yeah.
It's rare.
Investigate it, but be careful. We don't know what
My audio sounds. Hold on. Can you talk one more time?
Sure. Hello. Hi.
Yeah.
How are you?
That bug is still happening to me. It's the bug where I have to pick up the parabolic, turn it on, turn it off, and the sound is not. There's like a slight muffle until I do that.
Oh,
it's so annoying.
All I know is like half the time Phaz just decides that it doesn't want to listen to my microphone, and really
you know, lately for me it's
it.
actually been okay. It was doing that for a while, but now it's fine. Hey Connor, what up, dude? Hopeless, thank you for the 3 months. All right. Well, we have looks like we have the female wing, so let's ride. You still get that as well? Yeah, I don't know why.
Cool. Got it.
With the muffled sound, yeah. If it seems muffled, pick up your paramic, turn it on, turn it back off.
I don't know what I want.
Yeah.
I'm still half.
When are you playing it again? Well, that's not very specific. Spooky time. All right, we got this. Let's go. We ride. Crucifix. I have a feeling. I don't know. I just get a hunch sometimes. Nice. Front juice. Let's go. What have we got? Hey, Spirit. How are you? What up, Sam? How's everyone doing? Paige, thank you for the follow. What is it?
I'm not crying. I'm just sad.
Oh, that's why you're sad. Oh, hey, how are you? Spooky time. Brother, thank you for the sub. How've streams been, man? You've been popping up on my Instagram feed a lot, by the way. I'm going to face backwards in case I get a pair mic that direction. By the way, if you're saying words over the global, I can't hear you say a thing. Really good we're cooking. Like literal cooking? I repeat, I can't hear a global anything. I'm stuck. Watching you both. Good. It's good. Both perspectives. Okay. I keep getting stuck. This. Oh, not literally cooking. What the? Oh, did you hear it in here?
Was that here? I think it was. Oh.
Yeah, I think so.
EMF 5.
Nice. Lovely. All right. Well, at least we found it quickly. That's not bad.
There is that.
There is. All right. Yeah, that's fine. I'm going to leave a flashlight here. Because life. How's Susan? Hello. Gig Screw fixes that global audio bug, having the person who can't hear the host or doing 2 runs on the same map. Wait, what? What fixes it? Hey, Mira, how are you? I'm very confused. Who am I playing with? I'm playing with Break. Her name's in the title. Break of Daylight. Blood Raven? I swear to God. How dare you? How dare you? Beanie Weenie. Happy Sunday. How are you? Even though the sun's not out there. It's out here. It is sunny here. It's like even a little bit chilly. No, we're not. Not even in the slightest. God damn it. All right. I'm going to try these things. Yeah, sure. Nope. Not at all. That's a coach thing. Hey, Megan. I'm good. How are you? Gosh, dang it. Sparsh. What up, dude? Thank you. Listen, I am a sufferer of my own creation. I make things because they're funny in the moment when I'm watching my friends stream. And then unfortunately, I don't think about the fact that, well, I also stream. So that could happen to me. Excuse me. Yeah. Why do I feel like I didn't see Break in my travels? Where are you? Are you here? I'm gonna leave that on. Oh, she's looking for the bone?
What you slamming doors for? I found you something.
Oh, boner jam. I thought that's why all the doors were open. Oh, nice. Good find. Super confused. There we go. We're fine.
I was just doing a look.
All right, that's fine. You do you, boo-boo. We'll put this there. Thank you for the echolocation. Oh, those were cheeks. Matthew, what up, dude? Depp, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. You're welcome. Classic Mr. Dockerton. I know. Sounds like using echolocation. Yeah, doc style. That's exactly what it is. All right. I wasn't getting spirit box. We do have orbs, though. So it's a... Well, that's easy. So it's a Raiju.
Oh, so it's a Raiju.
Yep. We need an Avanti.
Yeah, and some photos, maybe?
Actually, wait. Oh, do we want to light the circle? Let's go set the circle up. We know where the bone is. And then we can get the event from that and get all the photos, dude.
Yeah, like...
Wait, we don't even need it to hunt, right? No. All right.
No.
on it.
Ooh, no, me good.
Yeah, this is gonna be easy peasy. Yeah, stuff and things. Lighter. Do I have a lighter? I do. Wait, I do. Okay, we're fine. You like Raijus are your favorite? I like Raijus for no evidence because they can be a little bit on the easier side. Dark Rosie, thank you for the 2 months. What up? How are you? We should have, I mean, we could take more sanity, I guess. We can take more sanity maybe, just in case.
Yeah, I think we probably should.
Okay. All right, put this in there. There we go. We can stop the hunt. Look at that. Get some cleaning done. I'll be back. Get all the cleaning done. Seen you in YouTube shorts. Learned a lot from the shorts. Well, thank you for learning from my shorts. I appreciate you. Let's ride. Let's ride. All right. Got a Camerato. I have a smudge just in case. I'm going to take one of those. Yeah. We should be good. Your cargo shorts are the best teacher. See? Shorts can be extremely helpful. Ducks!
Yeah, okay, so we got
what up, homie?
We've got a camera in there.
I've got a crucifix on the circle. We should just be able to... We should just be able to light it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think we're good.
Yeah, I think so.
Ready?
Yeah, I think so. Let's do it a take. Can it be a gin? No. Not at all. Nope. We're on Nightmare. We have EMF 5 and orbs. And because on Nightmare you have, because you have forced evidence of a ghost and Obake has forced UV, we have to have UV for it to be an Obake. Have to. And because we can only get 2, we can't. Meaning it can't be Obake. Has to be Raiju. It's a really great combo to have. Okay, thank you for the 1 year. First time watching on Twitch. Haven't seen you in ages. Well, I've been here. I don't know where you've been, dude. All right. Shed a little light on the situation here.
Sure.
Yeah. All right, I've got a camera at the ready. You think it'll be a ghost photo, or do you think it's going to be
summoning circle?
That is rude AF, dude. Yep.
So the ghost is just not even going to show up.
And that was a summoning circle photo, by the way. Interaction.
Yeah.
Disturbed salt. What the hell? Did I mention I can't wait
just
for
keep
the
taking photos and see what happens.
Did I mention I can't wait for the update where they fix the photos? Here, do you want to take 2 photos for funsies?
Sorry, what?
Do you want to take 2 photos for funsies?
Oh yeah.
We need to go pick up the bone too.
Yes, we do.
All right. This is why I will now almost always go smudge the ghost before I light the circle to stop that from happening.
Oh, is that what did it
Yep.
turn on before we could brood?
Did it? Gosh darn it. Sunny Meadows restricted. Yeah. Okay, thank you for the lurk. Appreciate it. Like the tier 3 camera sound. It is a good sound. Tis a good sound.
I got lost. It's fine.
Are you okay?
I think so. I got the bone finally.
CJ, I think they saw I think they saw it the first time. Yeah. Love the streams. Thank you, Ellie. No, you're good, Ducks. I got you, friend. I got you. You should be following Ducks. All right. Is that everything? Oh, wait. No, it's not.
Wait, we didn't get the event.
Because it didn't actually event. It just tried to hunt.
Oh, I hate it here.
So do I.
That was gonna be so easy.
Do we have a place to hide over there?
I do not know. That I didn't look for.
We'll find out. It's fine.
Yeah, it's YOLO.
Gosh darn it. I hate it here. So
Also, I think it just turned out a pound.
I just hate it.
It burned a cruci.
Yep. I love the spirit box on like an animal too.
Wow.
I did the thing. Let me in. Let me in. I hate it here. Yeah, we already know what the ghost is. It's a guaranteed. There's no questions asked. We know what it is. We have EMF and orbs, so it has to be a Raiju. It can't be anything else. Run! Run, break, run! Keep running.
I don't have any sprint left.
You're fine. Run. Run. Going in there. No. Run in the room. Wait, in the room. In the room. In the room. Oh, no. Oh, well, gosh darn it.
Oh, I tried.
Well,
That was a mess from the start.
this is a good game. We're doing good. This is good, right? Turn the torch. Yeah, it doesn't matter. It went into the room.
Welcome back. I've got some jobs ready for you.
Oh, man. Well, that's me.
Freaking.
You're probably wondering how I got here. Gosh darn it.
No, not really.
Stupid ghost. First, it tricked us with the summoning circle, and then instead of eventing, it's like, not today. Flash, look out. I hate it.
Okay, fine. You can
Let's warm up with Nightmare. It'll be fine. You guys will be good.
It'll be fun.
It'll be
Random
fine.
map, he said.
Hi, Silver. Glay, hi,
Look-
friend. Make sure you're
It's
following
it's
Glay. He's great.
The poor dinosaur.
Darn it.
Oh.
3,
I'm
2,
so
2,
bad with
2,
names,
2.
Especially when my brain is tired, but you know.
That's
one where,
okay.
like,
My brain's
"Yeah,
always-
sure,
that's-
I'll do
it's like
this,"
the Hulk.
It's very well thought through.
No,
That
it's like
one.
the Hulk. I'm always tired. That's my trick. The upgraded trophy. This is the first upgrade. You get ropes and sticks. Yeah.
Well, that did not end the way I anticipated.
Yeah, that's okay. You know, it's fine.
Did you want to try another random? See if
I
it
mean-
can go better.
You know, let's do it. I'm feeling spicy.
So's the ghost. Apparently.
Yeah, fair. That's fine. That is fine. Oh, Tiger Lily, don't ever worry about that. No, I appreciate the follow.
So's random.
Blade,
'cause
thank
I
you for the
hate it
32
here.
months. Listen, I would rather have Woodwind, and it's also sunrise.
New intel.
I'd rather have Woodwind than what?
Possibly
Exactly.
harmless, but be
High
careful
school?
out there.
Okay, that's one. Name another.
Honestly, probably prison. I'd probably rather have Camp Woodwind than prison.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I guess it depends on how many players you have.
I'm not. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not sold.
Point Hope.
Point. Maybe.
That's a good one. That's a good
Maybe.
point. That's a very fair point. Yes. On my nose.
I really don't like Woodwind. Okay.
You don't survive on Woodwind a lot, do you?
No. Very rarely.
That's all right. Nancy's going to give you more. Nancy Moore.
Nancy.
That's fine. Oh my God. If that's Thunder. Thunderbolt. God damn. Thunderbolt is single-handedly funding the community's chaos. Thank you, Thunderbolt. Gosh dang it. The ghostie's going to be cooking marshmallows by the fire. Roger that. All right. You know what? I'm going to try a thing. You know what? No. I'm going to put that down. I'm going to put that down. I'm taking these and these.
Happening.
This is what's happening for me too.
Yeah.
We're going for it.
I'm just taking one.
First, I'm starting here, and then we'll move from there. Because if it's here, it's going to suck. So if we find it out early, it'd be awesome. Thank you. Thank you, friends. Appreciate it. Thank you.
You didn't happen to turn on the light in the bathroom, did you?
I did not. Hey, yo.
Someone did.
Well, you're going to tell them to knock it off? Electric's expensive.
Well, it's not as expensive as gas, is it? So I think it's fine.
Is that a fart joke?
No, but I guess it could be.
She's like, not as expensive as gas. It might not be in there. It might have just roamed in there to turn the light on. Did you hear, oh, it turned the shower on. Oh, okay. I'm a little more convinced.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it blew out my firelight.
Oh, all right. I'm going to put a book down and some dude skis. That's our friend Gaga. Oh my god. You heard that correctly. There's no doubt about what the hell she just said. Truth. Many truths to be had. Hi, Gaga. Yeah, that's her. Where are you? Oh, we have writing. Where are you? Are you near? Where are you? Are you here? Are you friendly? Where are you?
Well, isn't this ghost just so fancy?
Oh, no. Oh, what the hell?
It learned itself how to write. Oh, yeah, I found a thing.
I'm gonna hand it to you. Pretty crazy looking.
Someone said I should wish for something.
Like what?
Turtles, specifically.
Just in case it goes off, I run away.
I saw it.
I have fear.
Actually, I think I said wish for something one day, and it
actually did it?
wished for
Yeah.
anything, and I was like,
Hey, Beast, welcome in.
Do that. I hate it here.
Need a hand with that?
But the paw has not been listening to me lately, so you're probably safe.
Good. I'm safe. Escape a ghost during a
Okay.
hunt. I don't know if we're capable of such things. Hey, Green. Thank you for the 13 months.
You keep your negativity to yourself. I'm perfectly capable of escaping sometimes.
If it hunts her and gets her like this view, it would be the most perfect timing. It's not going to happen. Why do certain items they not actually connect to the player's hand? It's a development thing. They just have to fix it. I don't know what the problem is. It has to do with the player models. Yeah, Mana, hello. She's got a golden bunny. Nice, GG's. Okay. She said, I'm so capable of this. My, it's the most cinematic CCTV angle I've seen in Fast.
We only have writing, right?
Correct. I get the feeling they won't fix that until they change the model. Spider, I think you're right. Yeah. Hey, Sophie. What up, dude? What up? Panda, thank you for the 10 months. All right. I'm going to bring your crucifix out of fear.
I don't think there's anything to be scared of. This ghost hasn't done anything besides write in a book and turn
I'll tell
on
you,
light.
I've had
shout.
I've had a bunch of Camp Woodwind ghosts that, excuse me?
Just 0 to 60.
Well, no, that have done nothing for the entire time.
Oh.
That's aggressive door
Door.
touches.
Ghost, are you alive?
Sippy stompies?
No, you be.
Can you explain what the bunnies are for the event? Yeah, the bunnies that run away will give you 5 sanity, but drop the ghost speed 5%. If the bunny jumps at you, you lose 10 sanity. If it's a golden bunny, it insta hunts.
3-star interaction. I hate it here.
3-star interaction, you're a winner. You win. This is what you win. Marshmallows and doo-doo water.
Ew.
I can't, okay, whatever.
What a fantastic crime.
Just here for the funsies.
I got really excited. That's all I got.
Hey, Sophie, welcome in. How are you? Relentless, thank you for the biddies. That's one disgusting s'more.
May the Schwartz be with you.
Go. All right. I would definitely say no on the of. Where are you? Are you near? Are you close? How far away are you? Where are you? How many elbows do you have? Where are you? Where's Nancy's backpack? It doesn't know.
Doesn't Nancy have it?
It doesn't know.
No?
Who lives in King Tut's tomb? Okay. I don't think
Nancy
we.
doesn't have their
Oh,
own
is it not
backpack?
freezing?
No, it's like 3 degrees.
Yeah, same. Okay. Well, I'm not getting spirit box. It can't be a Goryo.
You
It
already
poopied again.
pooped in
You
that
already
sink
pooped in there.
once. That's not
Share the
like-
love. Go
no,
over there.
No.
Poco List. Thank you for the subs. Appreciate you, friend. All right. I'm I'm gonna go light the fire. His life.
It really doesn't want to brush its teeth.
Or it wants to brush its teeth with something really ugh. Pokelis, thank you so much. I'm gonna shut Nanor. Shut Nanor. I'm gonna put this inside of the poopy water. I don't know what it's not giving us.
Well,
I can bring more items for it to throw. It might be stingy with the dots. Oh, go! We're fine. Oh, it just touched both of those doors. Can't be twins.
I mean, I guess it could be freezing still.
Yeah, it just might be very slow to the punch. It can't be a Goryo, no. How long's left on the stream? On Sundays, I usually try to end it at 4. It might be a little bit longer today.
What our possibilities here are.
Scar, thank you for the 2 months. What up, dude?
Wow.
I know.
Okay.
I know. A little bit of everything.
Yeah, that's a lot of choices.
I know, but it's not actually giving us... there's one thing I hate about this room. Holy crap on a stick! We're fine. We're fine. I'm not... Nope. Nope. No thanks. I'm fine. Nope.
You know what?
Oh, shit. It's... Is this a Revenant? Is this a Revenant? It's a Revenant! E! E! Are we okay?
Oh, is it a rev?
I think so.
I mean, I kind of figured it was because it was on my face the second it started.
Giggity.
Okay.
You said it. It's freezing. Gosh darn it.
I say lots of things. I was gonna say. I think with the thing that we're not getting is freezing.
Okay. Well, we could. I mean, listen. We could perfect game this.
Have we not yet? What are we missing?
Are we missing? Wait. Do we have all the photos? Oh. Well, never mind. Wait. Did we find the bone?
Well, some of us have been,
We have the bone.
doing stuff, and some of us.
We do have the. Damn, dude. What was I doing?
I don't know.
Where the hell was I? All right. It was like a fever dream. It just out of nowhere. We were like, bah, bah. She showed up in perfect game. It was crazy. Hey, Boom. How are you? All right. Well, I guess that's that. Yeah.
Well, we survived. So.
All right. Groovy. Let's get out of here. See, I'm not really worried about.
We can.
Hey, yo.
Take that last game.
I'm not really worried about the money because I'm over level 100. I just don't want to prestige right now. I got to figure out when I want to do it.
Welcome back. There's some jobs ready for you.
Are they planning on patching the tents? Dude, you got me. I don't know how many times I have to say to them that I would love for them to patch it, and they're like, we don't give a shit. I was like, oh, fun. That's cool. They don't say that, but by doing nothing about it, it's like very low on the list. They don't care. Yeah. Yeah, look at that. Revenge. Revanche. Yeah, I'm still debating whether, like, when to prestige. Because it's like, well, at this point, any levels I get are worthless. It's just for funsies.
I mean,
but I don't want to do it right now.
I know I'm not that high of a level, but like you could.
Yeah, I think I'll save it for maybe tomorrow.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
If you do it before you do the weekly,
I could.
Like
yeah, that was the
5
plan.
levels right off the bat.
I think so too.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you, NC.
Yeah, I'm catching up.
Yeah, break's awesome.
Look at that. I prestige.
Look at that. Look at that.
Before you this time, and I'm already level 51. Yeah, because I think you prestiged before me when you hit 18.
Oh,
right.
Maybe.
And
yeah.
I prestiged to 14. Like, so see, I'm catching up.
Okay. All right. Whatever you got to tell yourself to make you feel better, you know?
I don't play this game enough to like catch up before you hit 20.
All right. Do we want to do a little change up and try the insanity you were talking about? Tom's insanity.
I'm down.
All right, let's go for it. F it. I just got a friendly reminder. So it's insanity, with 150 ghost speed, 2 cursed possessions,
and no grace period.
and no grace period. Oh man! All right, this will be fun.
It actually, I've played it a couple times and it's fun. I enjoy it.
At Camp Woodwind, those 2 tents are those meant to be hiding spots and also meant not for the ghost to get you. No, there's 0 places inside of the game where the ghost is not supposed to get you. The ghost should be able to get you in every single location you can go to.
The fun part about that is it's still a 6 times multiplier. It's actually 6.15.
6.15? Okay. Well, I don't know if we should
Yeah.
leave this up to Rain. I think we should choose the map for this one.
Yeah, let's start it on like a smaller map.
Okay.
Let's be, purposeful.
Yeah.
Give it a go, see how it is.
Good old Tangle Street?
4 down.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
What kind of pop? No, we're about to do a custom insanity run that was created by Tom NK21.
Check the equipment and get
Why'd you get the
them
notice so late? Right, I don't know. It's happening so often now, man.
to report, unfortunately.
I'm gonna try something else this time too and see what
I'm thinking
happens.
you start at 75, so I don't know if you want to take
I definitely can if you think that'll be good ideas.
I don't know.
All right, I'll be ready.
Depends
in
on
a
how
second.
fast we find the ghost.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna try this and see how it goes. Okay, this, this, followed by one of these. Save. Okay. Do the ting. All right, we'll see how that goes. We're gonna try something different. What's the best ghost name you've had for a case? Richard Kraft is pretty good. That's a pretty good name. Richard Kraft. If you read between the lines, you know what that one means. Richard Kraft is pretty funny. What up, Bliss? All right, well, we're playing a custom insanity mode where the ghost is 150 speed. You get 1 piece of evidence, obviously, for insanity. There's no grace period and two cursed possessions. Help is on the way, dear.
Pretty sure Ghost is in kitchen.
Steven Stevens. All right. Ghost through a plate. Ghost through a plate. I'm not seeing any orbs anywhere. Oh, I see breath. I see breath. Where did I see breath? Was it in the kitchen? Wait for it. Ah, yes. Okay. Yeah, I have breath in the kitchen. I'd say that's pretty solid.
I totally forgot about the whole 2 cursed possession thing, like, already.
Oh, yeah. What do we have?
Well, we have a box of music.
Gosh darn it. Okay. Good
I
stuff.
don't know what else yet.
Hey, Ninja. What up, dude?
Oh, it's Frank.
Dez, what up? Oh, my God. That was like... Oh, I thought my game shut off for a second. Dude, I was standing right here. There was so much light, and it just went pitch black. I was so confused. Okay, we're fine. Dude, I thought my game crashed. I was like, what the hell? It's fine. We're fine. Everything's fine. Everybody calm down. Oh, my God. Okay, I need to try and fix something. That's not going to work, so I'll try this here. Do one of these. Let's see, copy this there. Go to the custom browser doc. Sorry, I'm trying to add something. Trying to. Come on, Ghost Hunt the break. Ruda. Ruda. Well, that's not gonna work. Gosh darn it. I'm trying. Sorry, give me a second. I'm trying to mess with something right now. Customize. I'm calm. You calm. I can't calm. I don't know where that is. I'm trying to find it. Oh my God. Amped, what up, dude? Give me a sec. I'm just trying to fix this. I'm trying something different. I'm trying to be everywhere at once today. Trying to be. Where's the animation? I don't want there to be animation. How do I stop you from animating it? Step. There. That'll do. Slide in. No. Single line. Yes. Okay. That's not working. It's not working. Assassin, what up? Rake is going to be doing all the work, and that's okay. That's okay. It's meant to be. It's okay. What up, Megs? I'm trying to fix the thing. Will you play with Cheebs today? Well, I don't usually take collaboration suggestions during the middle of stream and then also go ask that person in the middle of stream if they're willing to hang out with me in the middle of stream. Not usually. Usually it's a little bit more organized than that. A little bit. I know you're doing all the work right now. I'm so sorry. I'm just trying to fix something.
Mm-hmm.
She just mm-hmmed me. All right, dude. All right, dude. Did you hear that? You hear what she just said? Try to mm-hmm me. Silly. Thank you for the sub. All right, that's should be fixed. The problem is I'm trying to have chat over there and I can't see it. I'm trying to move my chat window and it's being really annoying. I'm sorry. It is being dumb. Username, comment, yes please. It won't let me choose the background color though, which is really, really dumb. See you, Railroad. Appreciate you, man. Oh, I hate that. Hey, Scully, what up? What if I do custom? Trying to mess with the dock. It's not working. I might have to mess with it later. That's so stupid. I'll fix it in a little bit. It's fine. It's fine. Love the videos. Thank you, dude. All right. All right. I'm here to do things. I have a smudge. No, I don't have a smudge. I think I left it inside. We're gonna bring this. No, I'm actually gonna bring this. Yeah, that's better. Everything's fine. Not really.
Ghost's being kind of yeedy all of a sudden, but I have zero evidence.
Good times. Sounds like it's going well. I like it. Oh, hi, Frank.
Yeah. I think it is not going to be freezing, and it threw the book, so it's not going to give us rating, and
okay.
I haven't gotten UV. I haven't gotten the spirit box.
It's
no
fine.
worms.
I'll get the evidence. Don't worry.
I swear to God, if this ghost cooperates just because you showed up, I'm going to quit fast forever.
Just give me like 7 seconds and I'll get freezing, okay? Oh, it was so close. It got to 1.0. Probably Goryo. It could be. If she's not getting anything, it's definitely a possibility. Oh, literally 0.1 away.
What if it's not even haunted, though? You know?
What if there's a massive boner in the dining room?
Oh, I said that earlier. And
oh!
didn't hear me.
No, sorry.
But I kind of forgot that I said.
Watch this be a Goryo. I swear to God. Hey, MFK, what
That's
up,
what
dude?
I'm saying. What if it's like not even haunted? You know?
She might be right. Orlando, thank you for the 3 months. So, for anybody that are confused, Sorry for the delay. I'm trying to fix my chat window to my right because I like having it on both sides and it was being very dumb. I'll have to figure it out a little bit later. We're doing a custom insanity where insanity, 1 evidence, the ghost is 150 speed. We have 2 cursed possessions and there's a 0 grace period. So if it hunts and we don't have any protection, it can hunt right on top of me and just numbers. Gone. Maybe it didn't like her spirit box. You know, she was saying she was having issues earlier. Maybe we try? Where are you? Are you near? Where are you? Are you close? Are you near? Where are you? Wait a minute. Why'd that sound like that did nothing? Hold on. Wait.
We have dots.
Wait. Go! Oh, do I have camera? Oh, it's in my hand. Hi! I don't remember seeing the dots. Did you guys see the dots? Also, it has not walked in the salt. I need motion sensors. This might be a wraith. Did not see dots. Did you see the dots when I was in the room?
No.
No. Ooh, okay. Maybe it is a Goryo. I don't remember seeing dots. I didn't see them. Very interesting. Hey, Jezza, what up? Thank you for the 3 months, dude. Oh,
No,
son of a
just
biscuit.
stepped out of the room.
I was just saying it might be a wraith. Well, never mind. Damn it. What a tease.
Not haunted, to be honest.
This. I'm going to watch for dots. All right. You guys can see underneath. If it shows up in person, this is a pretty good view for dots. I would like confirmation that this ghost is a jerkhole. Why can it be Goryo? Yeah. So the reason we're thinking it might be a Goryo is because she saw dots and I didn't, meaning she saw them through the camera and I didn't see them in person. Yeah, that's 100. Yeah, that's 100% a Goryo.
I hate it here.
What a great first ghost for this.
Hey, let's do insanity.
It'll be fine, they said. You'll get the great ghost, they said. It won't try to kill you, they said.
It'll be fun. I like it.
Gosh darn it.
Wait, why did it just burn that cruising? Okay.
Because I don't know. Yeah, Goryos that are supposed to be like near their room and stuff.
Right. Points the crucifix farther away.
I'm lagging a little bit. Why do Goryos suck? Because they're Goryos.
Pick up the bone.
All right, I'm on it. Yeah. Ghost said, I am indeed a jerkhole. That's right.
That'll be fun.
Which one?
Repelling.
Oh. All right, we have burn crucifix. This is a... I already have the photo, stupid. And he's literally the same spot, the exact same event as earlier.
Oh, really?
Have a little deja vu here.
You know you can't change rooms, right, Ghost? Like, that's not...
He said, I'm gonna try.
I want to. Ghost can have all the fun.
Ghosts just wanna have fun. Okay. You can get the salt photos. Be ready for the Cruci photo because it's probably gonna boing in a second.
Oh, we don't need one.
He's not very original. No, he's not.
All right.
Ah, get it. Go, go, go. Quickly, 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 quickly. This is quickly, quickly, quickly get it. Quickly, quickly get it. Quickly, get it. Get it. It's too late. Oh, look, you missed it. It's too late. All right. I guess we just need to escape now. Wait, is our sanity low enough? No, we can make it low enough. Careful, SpongeBob. That we don't have. Do we have anywhere to hide? Yes, we do. Okay. Because
yeah,
we can't stop a cursed hunt.
Cruci, right? Okay.
That's muffled. That's creepy. Thank you. Thank you. All right.
Get here. Don't forget your Goryo. Ghost.
He hasn't been in his room at all. All right.
Do you want to do a little pokey poke?
Little poke pass.
Little poke pass. Yeah.
All right.
There you go.
All right. Okay. Your turn. Frank. I'm at the ready.
Frank, you're so good at flying. All right.
It's 150 speed, by the way. It's 150 speed. That's why it's so damn fast. Hey, what's up, May? I didn't know what would happen. I thought I would just try our luck. You okay? Oh, Jesus. It's another bubble event. Get out of here.
So feisty.
Hey, Paletta, what's up? My Atlanta. Okay, we're fine. Are you okay?
I think so. Didn't expect him to start hunting right then, but you know, we were on the ready. We were good.
Yeah, we're
You got
good.
it. You got it.
Oh, my word. Well, Goryo, what a butthole.
Mm.
I'm gonna turn that on. I did select Goryo, right? Actually, it doesn't even. It doesn't even matter. Antonio, what up? Man, it's like it's lagging a little bit.
Welcome back. I've got some jobs ready for you.
There we go. Fixed it. Fixed it. Still haven't fixed the chat though. Still got to figure that out.
Well, okay, so other than the fact that it was a Goryo, so like, you know,
Yeah.
kinda sucked trying to get the evidence. Oh, and you were in the van half the time. What
Wow. Maybe me being in the van stopped you from getting hurt.
No, I was just gonna ask if you liked it, but I don't know if you got a really good taste.
I don't think I got a fair taste of it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna shut that down. That chat over there is being dumb and I hate it.
Maybe go do do you want to do Edge or Grafton?
Edge.
Edge?
Yeah.
Want to do an Edge?
Let's try it.
Okay.
I'm down, Charlie Brown. Hey, how are you? What's up, Legends? Baby Vandal, hello. I was trying to get that chat set up, and it's being really weird. I can't fix it right now, so I'll peek every now and then when I have the opportunity. Oh my goodness. Hutch, thank you for the 25 months, dude. Thank you. Jezza, thank you for the 3. It's Spicy Pam, GG's on the VIP. F them shoes. Roger that. Richard B. Cray Cray. Okay.
Oh no, why can't he be Richard Kraft?
Richard Cozy.
I want Richard Kraft because then he can make me some mac and cheese.
Well, I don't think that's the kind of cheese you want. Richard Kraft? Ooh. Ooh.
Get your mind out of the gutter, man.
Ooh. How do you get channel points? Just by watching the stream. What? Don't bring Glay into this.
Clay was in here bragging about his Costco meat earlier.
I mean, if you had good Costco meat, you'd brag too. I think that was here. Yep. Upstairs, potty, first one. Shell, thank you for the 7 months. Hello. Let's bring that guy, this guy, and also one of these guys. Oh, I looked in the mirror, by the way, so we knew where the room was.
Yeah, I could tell.
Taking a shower in
Not
the
seeing
other
orbs.
floor.
Getting random lag spikes, which is kind of annoying. Which map is this? This is Edge Field. All right, I'm gonna go find the power. Hey, let's go. Sweet. The juice is loose. Mandy, hello. Anything in my hand? Nope, we're good. All right, let's bring 3 of these. Hopefully we live, yeah. Epidemic, thank you for the sub, and thank you guys for the follows. Welcome in, appreciate you guys. What do we got?
Are you here? Are you close? Are you friendly? Are you near?
Yes.
Are you Flash?
Yeah.
I knew it. Flash. Guys, you heard it. Flash is the ghost. Where are you?
Boo.
Ooh.
Boo.
Are you friendly?
Boo. Boo. Boo.
Now you're just gonna wander around being the ghost all night.
All right. One of the ads is for a new Final Destination movie. There's another one coming.
Did you happen to see a second person that came out of curiosity?
I didn't even look, actually. It might be
Neither have I.
summoning.
Oh, I don't know.
I saw the mirror and then I went straight upstairs.
You got really excited.
I got many excites. Nobake, you think? We'll check. We will check. Epic Freya, thank you for the 5 months. Thank you, dude. The first Final Destination? No, it's the second one. The second one, I think, got most people, which is why we drive differently on the highway now. Yeah. Might, hello. How are you? All of us drive a little different on the highway. Yeah, oh, yeah. How many evidence do we get? We're doing a custom insanity, so I get 1. The third is the reason you don't go tanning. Fair. I've seen... I might have missed the last one. I don't remember if I watched the last one or not. All right. Capture photo, crucifix. I'm going to bring another crucifix, a camera, and a lantern. And we're going to get that ghost photo easy peasy. Watch this. When the logs are ahead... Yep. Yep. Anything, long pipe, whatever it may be, get out of here. Yep. All right. We have crucifix there. Crucifix there.
Oh, well.
Oh, it's a paw.
Oh, well.
All right. If you say the magic word, the ghost...
help us get a ghost photo.
The ghost is going to show up right now if you say the right word.
Pineapple?
That's not it.
Oh.
Game F5.
Sure is. Apparently EMF5 was the word? Where are you?
Hold on. Hold on. Oh, don't move.
On the
I think it's here for you.
stairs?
What up, dog? Got it. I knew it was over there. I was like, I know exactly where it is. This thing's a jerkhole. Got him. There we go. We run. We run. We run. Say it. She said it. I don't know what it was. I don't know if it was pineapple or not. That might have been the word. How'd you know where it was? I could hear it. And also, for some reason, Caraval. Is it hunting? Or is that eventing? Is that an event? Oh, it's an event. Okay, we're fine. So we have EMF 5. Can't be a phantom anyway. It walked in salt. Run! It's hunting now. Dude, this thing's got wheels. Eee. You okay?
I think it might be a gin.
Yeah?
Yeah,
Did it sprinty sprint?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's got wheelies. It's got those shoes on. Yeah, yeah. Luke, thank you, dude.
There was only a little
I
bit of
can't see
panic
it
running
for some
through my
reason,
body.
man.
It's
It
fine.
won't let me
It's
see
fine.
that for some reason in the chat. It's so dumb. It'd be hilarious if it got through the door. No, it used to be able to do that. All right, so...
We need 2 more photos.
How did it dodge a crucifix? Where did it hunt from?
I think it vented from that same spot again down the other end of the hallway.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I've got a crucifix in the bathroom. We could probably push the other one a little further back. All right, I've got 2 smudgies on me just in case things go awry.
I'm sure you saw it, but there's actual hiding in the garage.
Oh, no, I didn't.
Oh, okay. Yeah, the lockers are open.
Sweet. We'll put that there.
Yeah.
Antonio, you seem very obsessed with Doc. You playing with Doc? Do we have any updates on Doc? Where is Doc? What does Doc smell like? What is his musk? Can we bottle it? Can we sell it? Where is it?
We could always use a cursed possession to force a cruci burn.
This is truth. I am not Doc's keeper. Ghost, do you want to eat a crucifix? I bet you do. That's not eating a crucifix. That's venting from the stairs like a jerk.
Why does he love me so
Holy,
much?
I don't know. Does he love you? Doc is human. Maybe.
Flash is
I don't know.
here. I thought all the ghosts loved Flash. That's why we brought him along.
No. This one's here for you. Let him out of the basement. I can't. Or else it gets the hose again.
Mac and cheese. You?
Oh, I thought I was almost numbered. The way that sounded, that was dicey.
Yeah, that I was confused for a sec. I was prepared to.
Oh,
Run.
wait, goo! I smudged! I smudged! Run away,
Okay,
run
but
away,
you also
run away.
have to see if you think it's a chin.
Ready? Holy dick and balls! Okay, fine.
Okay,
Why did he come for me?
I don't know if he didn't chin sprint.
I don't know. I was here and he literally turned the corner and went for me.
Yeah, he went straight to you.
Wow.
All the ghosts love Flash. They just want to say hi to Flash.
Damn it. Why? Oh my word. So rude. maybe he's jealous. He doesn't want me in there. We might need to move a crucifix a little further back in that hallway. That's like twice now that it's gone back there.
It's twice now.
I don't know if it sprinted at you. That didn't seem like a djinn.
Well, no, because he didn't notice me at all.
Which makes
He
zero
didn't give-
sense.
He didn't give 2 farts about me. He went straight for you, dude. And I think that's why he
didn't give 2
sprint,
farts.
is because not a single fart, actually.
Not a single fat. Wow.
Okay, so I
My
think he didn't
God.
sprint because he didn't even notice me.
Yeah. Holy night. All right. Well, I could just go hide in the locker, I guess. He wants her to himself. I think he does too.
Well, no, because it's not fast upstairs with the electronics, so it wasn't a Raiju.
I don't think so.
And it sounds normal.
Or I could
speed
watch it again.
otherwise.
I don't think it's an Oni. I could watch it one more time.
Yeah, try and
Because
get
I've
eyes
heard you
on
use
it.
the
We are
radio.
out of-
But I didn't use the radio when I was around the corner.
Who needs them?
All right, I'll put some more light in there for you. I'm gonna go get a camera. Yeah, I didn't use the radio where I was sitting right there. I don't think so. Oh,
Oh,
my.
I'm getting breath in the hallway. I think he definitely moved her.
Fun. Jazz, thank you for the prime. Appreciate you. Could it be a Banshee? No. No, it can't be a Goryo. It can't be an Obake. I have to hear the speed again. I'm not used to 150 speeds. I'm just randomly laggy. I think it's Phaz. Is it because of the camera thing? Wasn't there a camera problem? Twins. I don't know. It might be. What up, Jack? How are you? It's Faz. It keeps doing it for me too. Yeah.
So what's your plan?
I was gonna let it hunt you and I could watch for an Oni. Yeah.
From outside, so I...
Yeah, I looked at the door. What's wrong, Colonel Sanders? Chicken? Where the hell's the ghost? What the hell? Marina, hello! I'd say no to an Oni. No. It also seems the same speed with electronics. Would definitely say no to the Oni. It seemed very normal speed. Not normal speed. Blinkies seem very normal.
Okay.
Here, would you like to F a shoe? It'd make you feel better.
Oh, you're right. It is kind of
Yeah,
nice.
there you go. Oh, it threw caulk on the car.
Yeah,
oh my god.
I don't know. It really felt like it gin sprinted that.
Hey, Crucibite, let's go. Yeah, I'm not sure. Althora, hello. Marina, how are you? I've tried. It might be hard for me to see that chat because I tried to have it up on my computer and it's not letting me see it for some reason.
What?
Listen, I don't do enough 150 speed hunts. I might need to like pull up the cheat sheet.
What were you saying? Sorry. Just get a minute.
That sounds like normal 150, right? Maybe that's a little fast. That might be a little bit fast. That's fast? I think so too. I don't even do a lot of 150s. I think this might be twin.
Does that sound fast to you?
It does sound slightly fast. Just a little. Yeah. Mr. Mike! Hello, dude. Yeah, we could have another hunt. Maybe we'll get lucky and get a slow twin. Feels like twins. Wow, dude. Real mature. Real mature. Okay. There we go. Doing well. Nice to see you. Hey, good to see you. It's loud, right? So no miling. Yeah, it's a little tough to tell when you're close to the ghost. Especially on a map like Edgefield. But you can still do a miling test if you get far enough away from a ghost or like across the map. Yeah, the only ghost that
You're
would...
saying it moved into the hallway and it's still not hunting from its room? Kind of rude.
Well, think about the map and think about that hallway and how it's connected to almost every single room. Not used to listening to 150. I'm not either, to be real, but I feel like I know in my head what a 150 sounds like.
Floor plan.
It is indeed. It is indeed.
Yeah.
I think it's fast again. See, that sounds a little fast. Hold on. If I do this. You hear the speed right now? Listen. Maybe not. It doesn't sound like fast twin. That's actually normal. Yeah, I was about to say, I don't think so. It's not that fast. It's also not that slow. Maybe it's not twins. You know what? Maybe it's not. I don't think it's you. Maybe.
I'm not good enough with my 150 ghost speeds. I don't do it often enough.
Yeah, fair.
But like the subtlety of the difference in the twins it's hard.
Well, I really don't have any protection, but what I might do...
If we can catch it right at the end of the hunt, we could test for gin without dying, maybe.
Can you have it walk on wood again? Yeah. I don't think this is a good place for it, but we don't have any more smudges, I don't think. All right, we'll see what happens. This is what a normal 150 ghost sounds like. And I think it is that. We'll hear it again. Raiju? No, it's a 150 speed. That sounds normal. The F did that? I don't know. The sound is so strange right now. Is this a shade?
Still.
Do we have smudges anywhere? Or are we all out?
No, we used them all.
Well, yikes on motorbikes. Okay. This has a bite in it, yeah?
I don't know. I still feel like it's...
Was that standing in the hallway with me when it did that? That was questionable. I think it might have been because this motion sensor, that motion sensor went off. I think it did too.
I was gonna say, but again, small.
All right,
small
I'm gonna
floor
listen.
plan.
I'm gonna risk for my life a miling test.
Good luck.
May the Schwartz be with you.
We're gonna try. Take one for the team. I just did. That's what I did. No one's walking on wood with a certain speed. The footsteps change to a double step, but here it doesn't. I don't know. Need that as a blurb. Is that not already a blurb? Okay. Hey, Bonnie. Yep, really confused now. It's not visible enough to be an Oni. Let's uncheck every single ghost. Hold on. All right, I'm gonna go stand. All right, I'm gonna go stand outside for a second. I need to think. I need to think. Kev! All right, we need to have a think. So confused right now. Okay. I'm gonna uncheck everything. What do we know for sure? We know. Oh. Try again for spirit. We can't. That's not an Oni. Too visible. Can't be a Goryo based on forced evidence. It can't be an Obake based on forced evidence. With a Raiju, I feel like a Raiju near electronics at a 150 would be way faster than that. Raiju, no way. It's definitely not a Raiju. No shot.
Standing in a corner like a creeper?
This is...
Wait, riddle me this.
Yeah, go on.
Jin sprint.
There's a bug with
It
right?
has to have line of sight.
Correct, which it
So
did
that
when it
hunt-
came around the corner and saw you in the garage and didn't speed up.
But did it see me because it went straight for you?
That's a fantastic question.
That's what I'm wondering because I don't think it saw me.
Which is the
I think
craziest
it completely
thing.
ignored me.
Because it
Right.
had
Well, the
literal
fact that it
line of
went
sight of
straight for
you,
you-
but it came to me.
Right. Right.
Like it
And
never
so
saw
why would
you.
it ignore me and go to you in the first place unless it didn't see me for
That's
some
a
reason?
really good point, and it hasn't kicked the power yet either.
No, and I swear it gin sprinted that first time when you were outside.
Okay. The only way we're really going to be able to test for this is
try and catch it at the very end of a hunt.
Or do our timer really, really well between the hunts to try and get the gin ability. Because we have no way to stop it.
Breaker's in the basement or is it in the garage?
I think it's in the garage. All right, I'm going to go inside. I'm grabbing this just because.
You never know. Maybe it'll come in.
Dude, craziest. Okay, the breaker's there. But we have to be near it for the gin ability.
Boggles my mind is that I was standing right here so that it would have line of sight of me. Right,
and it came directly for me right here.
Straight for you. Right. Exactly.
Either that or a possible shade that wasn't in the hallway when it hunted me.
I don't know.
I know.
Because I thought there were a couple times I was standing in the hallway that I thought it hunted from the hallway. I mean, it's hard to say for sure.
I'm also puzzled. This is true. It has not cut the power a single time.
Rooms are too small.
But there's a reason that we are thinking the way we're thinking. There's a reason for it. We're gonna have to try our luck. I'm gonna have to go upstairs in between the hunts. Maybe we can get the, if it's a gin, maybe get the ability. No, it's not EMF 5. Oh. I thought you were saying that was. All right, I'm trying something. Stay by the breaker.
Godspeed.
more than likely it will path directly to that spot because it knows you're there.
Maybe I just really did like you better, you know?
There's a bug where they check out the detection spot before they check line of sight.
Saying, but I don't know. I'd have to go back and see.
It was the craziest thing that it had line of sight of you and did not sprint.
So if it hunted right above you and knew where you were and was coming for you, but I hit my walkie and was like, hey, ghost, come here. You're saying it would still choose to go check where it thought you were first?
Right. It like was continuing on that path, even though you were directly in front of it. It was like, no, I got shit to do. And it like went around the corner.
I'm busy in a minute. Okay. It's a good theory. I have no idea.
That was wild.
I don't know.
That was wild.
Yeah.
What does the upgraded trophy look like? I'll show you. Here's the first upgrade. You get ropes and sticks.
So, well, now you...
This is going well. This is great. I'm okay with it. I'm okay. Listen, it's a fun little challenge run. I like it. Yay, sticks.
And I don't know that was a good example of it either.
Okay.
Let's go on crafting. Let's
okay.
see. Yeah.
Yeah, it'll go better this time.
It will. Yes.
Maybe. It acted like a banshee. Yeah.
All right, we're here. Take a look at the equipment and prepare
Okay.
accordingly.
Yep, heard the rain. I was thinking the same thing. You know what? I'm not going to take sanity. I'm just going to have a smudge on me. Let's do that. All right. Nancy, crucifix, incense, and repel. Well, this is a super, super easy phantom. So I'll go ahead and mark that. Get the photo camera at the ready. All right. Cool.
Yep. Just get a ghost photo right away.
Imagine you will report me
I'd be
if I'm
so
right.
impressed.
Shows up, photo, disappear. We're at. Oh my God, that would have been the best timing in the world, son of a bitch.
Did you get it?
Yeah, I did, but she didn't disappear.
Oh,
I'm sad.
So
Oh, I'm so sad.
Hey, I mean, it still already did what you asked.
Oh man.
Showed up,
Listen.
You got a photo?
I got a photo of her, yeah. Listen, that's a quick edit away from being what I want it to be.
Fair enough.
Nobody's gonna know.
How would they know?
Not a phantom, no. Unfortunate. Very, very, very unfortunate. That would have been very funny.
Breaker is in master bedroom and it is on.
Roger that. Since it Avanti'd on me, I see an orb upstairs. I mean, those two things don't coincide, but I'm just saying what I know. Why'd you event on me?
Oh, look, it wants you to have a beer. Come chill, relax, hang out
Well,
with
these
it.
are worthless. That's fun. How rude. How rude.
Maybe it's a mimic.
I mean...
And if it is, I bet it's less confusing than the last ghost.
That's what they all say.
All right, orbs, huh?
Yeah, Gorbicles. I don't know where it went. There it is. Okay. Smudge, crucifix, crucifix. Sound good. How rude. All right, ready? It means which ghosts are gone. So those ghosts are gone. It still could possibly be a mimic, so we can bring the things that we need to make sure about that. Stippy stops. Do you have UV?
I don't.
She's sad AF.
You know, if the last one didn't like you, this one does.
I don't know what I did. Guessing hard to.
To be so appealing.
I just want to be friend. Why don't they want to be friend with me? She has UV. She has spirit box in there. That looks good. Crucifix, incense, and repel. Well, there's not much we can do beyond that. Sounds good. Heavy Banshee vibes? I mean, it could be. Meant to ask, do I have your permission to add a wide flash emote? Yeah, of course. What a weird, what a weird question to ask. Hey, can I add a wide flash emote? Yeah, sure. What the hell did you just call me?
Walkies.
All right. I'm gonna go get a parabolic microphone so that way we can check for a banshee. Check for a banshee. Probably an introvert. It might be. Absolutely possible. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Keep it up. Yeah, that was good. It's better to be safe than to risk pissing you off. Oh, that's fair. Cannabis, thank you for the prime. There's some more light for this situation. Here's some more light for this situation. If it's a banshee, it's not going to stalk us down here. We know that for sure. I have a smudge. Well, I don't really need the camera on me if I'm going to do this. Yeah, that'll be fine. We'll sit here and listen. Winder touch. Hey, what's up, Jar? The day is going well. How was your day? What up, JP? No whispers at all. Anonymous, thank you for gifting Mike a sub. Thank you, dude. I'm getting 0 whispers. Have we checked for all things Mimake related? Quick tip, don't die. Ah, that's overrated. What'd you say?
We don't have cursed possessions.
What about the, don't we have a mirror?
Oh.
I can't hear her. I don't know what she's saying.
You already took a picture of that one.
Yeah, I did. Did you? Wow, dude. Wow. Don't even check the journal. You just go happy slappies with your camera finger, huh?
Yeah. I got excited, okay? I was like, I found a cursed possession.
All right. Jose, thank you for the sub. Nelly, thank you guys. Wow, I just got my first whisper. If it's a banshee, it's a boring banshee.
You know, it only takes one.
One whisper? That is true. Hey, Cam. How are you, little red fox? Sorry if I missed chats. I tried to have it open on my computer and it's being really dumb. It's giving Thay. It's not very active. It doesn't feel like a Thay. All right. I mean, if it's a banshee, it's just really boring. Oh, looky, toys.
Mm-hmm.
How old are you? Oh, goodbye. I said goodbye. Goodbye. That's right. That's what I thought.
I don't think it's done. It wants to talk to you more.
It wants to talk more. Ice Tea, what up? Love the videos. Thank you. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, oh no. She don't want to say goodbye. She misses me too much. Cue the music. It's so hard to say goodbye. Thank you, Thunderbolt.
And the evidence was freezing, then it just sucks.
Well, I guess that is possible. We might just need to make it hunt. So. Oh my goodness gracious. Is that a Xenon?
We might just need to make it hunt.
I think so. It's not doing Ure things. I mean...
Do we know how many times lanterns have been lit and blown out?
I don't know. We could let them all blow out and see what happens.
Yeah. Okay.
Because I don't know for sure. got jump scared. Thank you, Thunder. Thank you, Courtney. Dear sweet Lord. Dear sweet Lord. Oh no, Olive, you can full yeet. You can full yeet. At that point, yeah.
Are you feeling eepy? Are you getting old? No.
It blew out one and that was it.
Hey, it hasn't been that active.
Yeah. Thank you, Olive.
I guess you never know.
Okay.
That's two. That's probably.
We'll have to light one. We'll have to light one at a time because I don't know for sure how many have been lit and blown out.
Yeah, I don't either.
Seems to like. No, I don't think so. Maybe Nancy wants. I just watched Nancy light that candle.
Spot down here.
Hey.
Wait, what?
We didn't like that.
I did not like that.
I watched her light it.
Oh, so it's not an Onryo, right?
I'd say probably not. I would assume an Onryo can't do that. Rad Tad. I don't know if I've actually watched the ghost do it do that before. Yeah, the ghosts have the
I'm really sad because I didn't see it.
The ghosts have the ability to light candles and
into the room after it's happened.
Yeah. The ghosts have the abilities to if I don't go talk, swear to God. The ghosts can light candles and campfires and all that jazz.
To you, Nancy.
And we think an Onryo can't do that.
Make you do it again. That'd be fun.
All right, maybe we just make it hunt at this point. Because it's being kind of a butt.
I'm down.
The Onryo can do that? It can do that? Do we know that for sure? Has that been tested? Have you had a campfire lit? No. No, unfortunately.
How old are you?
Same age.
Bye. Yeah. Probably not, Faye.
I'll check the best place for such info. Where could that be? Is that the wiki?
Which toy do you want to play with? You have options.
Well. Oh, you mean out of these? Oh.
Yeah.
This one. This one's fun.
Do you like pineapples?
Do you like pineapples up your butt?
Pineapples? No, just
No? Oh.
Nobody actually likes pineapples.
Where do you put pineapples?
I hope not. Never mind. I shouldn't make that statement. I can't say what people like and don't like.
Onryo can only do it with voodoo, apparently, not naturally. Wait. What?
On your pizza. On your pizza. Yeah. It's not listening, is it?
How many people have pooped in this house? They usually. Oh. Well, I got a job to do.
Bye. Do you like pineapples?
Hey.
Do you like pineapples? Oh, see,
Oh, it does. How'd you die?
Yeah, good ghost.
How did you die? Oh no. I think it choked on the pineapple.
Oh no. I was just trying to enjoy some pineapple pizza and it didn't end well.
Do you like Break?
Oh.
Do you like Flash?
It loves everyone.
Do you want us to leave? Why are you here? It's lonely. Can we leave?
It likes us. I'm worried.
It's lonely. Oh God. Do you like pickles?
Long walks on the beach? Oh. Pickles, yes.
It likes pickles. Goodbye. Goodbye? Oh yeah, that was a crucifix for sure.
Nice. Okay.
See, it wants a friend. How many people have you killed? Oh boy. Oh, it ate the other crucifix.
Wow.
Okay. Sorry. I didn't mean to break it. That's my bad.
Trying to get us murdered, huh?
Sorry about that. It's my bee, dude. It's my bee. No death strangle. She doesn't have a smudge on her. I'm assuming she might have one.
It's gonna be Banshee and it's gonna want you.
No, it's not.
I'm gonna be so delighted.
No, it's not. It's gonna be a
only have
Raiju
one
and it's
smudge,
gonna
so this
speed
could be
through
really
you.
bad.
It's gonna speed
Oh,
so
God.
fast through you.
You've already gotten me murdered more than once.
I have not. How dare you?
That's true. The first time you were trying to save me, and it just
I know.
was not going
No,
well.
it wasn't having it. It said, nope, 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 nope. I need friends.
Yeah. Well, I don't think it's hungry anymore.
Yeah, might as well go for it. F it.
There we go.
Now we listen. Flash, you have some pro tips for me? Yeah, don't die. How's it not using? I don't know. I'm not sure. You sound like you slowed down. That was weird. That was super weird. That speed might have been line of sight though from here to there, because I think it saw break that entire time. That's my assumption. Yo, you living?
Yeah, I'm a little scared. It was speedy.
Scared. Got jump scared.
Any idea what she is?
No clue.
For me.
I don't know.
And I ran.
And I ran. Yeah, I thought she followed you. Hey, Lewis, how are you? All right, I could do this. Do one of these guys. How to find the ghost room in nightmare mode? The same way you would find it in professional. There's nothing different about it. Like, how would you find the ghost in professional? You would find it the exact same way in nightmare. No difference whatsoever. Fine, you can go turn the power on.
Where she can't see me this time.
Dud, 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 dud. That's not a myling. Here she comes. Here she comes. She didn't say a word. She didn't say a single thing. She just fell over. Do I hear it? It's a Raiju? I hate your face. Is this speeding up near electronics? Hey, TJ, what up? Shut up. I think this might be a Raiju. The phone as we go down here. And you had a smudge on you. What is this jazz? You okay? Hey, Troy. She fell down. Break. Where's your lighter? Oh, it's there. Okay, you did have a lighter. Never mind. She had a lighter. She had a lighter. Let's see. Let's go put this over by the door. Hi-ya. Oh, yeah, for sure. That has to be. What up, Jesse? Hear how it slows down when it gets away from the electronics? Yep. I'm just not used to 150s. I got to get more used to them. That's definitely a Raiju. Oh, I smudged! Look at my smudge burning! Oh no! I'm joining her. Flash, look out! Hey! She got me when I smudged.
Welcome back. Prepared some jobs for you.
I'm just saying.
My ping can't be that bad. There's no way.
Yeah, no, I don't know why I murdered you, but kind
Yeah,
of
that smudge was burning, which is always a beautiful sight.
Shaming me for having a smudge and dying.
Listen, you're the host. Darn it. I got what I deserved. It's okay. I deserved every inch of it. It's fine.
Yeah.
We knew what it was, though.
What?
Each time, like, we know what the ghost has been every time. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I knew. I had a feeling, and then after I died, I was like, oh yeah, it absolutely has to.
You know,
be,
I know why.
yeah.
I know why I got to.
Why?
She said she liked us both.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, she was lonely.
And she was lonely. She was like,
So,
no.
she was
No. Fast ghost plus
Yeah.
not host equals playing with fire. Yep.
Well, would
So,
you like to choose a map? Should we do random again?
we can, yeah. Do you want to do the same game mode? Do you want to change it? Wants to keep us forever and ever and ever.
I'm down for whatever. If you're like, I've had enough of that.
I don't know. What is your
nonsense,
chat?
we
What does
can
your
go
chat
back
think?
to Nightmare.
High school 15 times.
Yeah, yeah, anything that tortures us. You
I know. I know that's what they're gonna say.
Random.
We're not doing random randoms because that's just gonna be annoying. That's just gonna be annoying. No
I have
shot.
no idea what you're gonna get.
Yeah.
I don't know. Somebody said same. Keep it on 150.
Keep it on this? Okay. F it. But we're gonna go and do I guess we'll do random. See what happens. High school. Ugh, woof.
Yeah, let's see what happens with random. If we end up at prison or high school, we'll be a little bit sad, but you know what? It's fine.
Okay.
You don't sound like it'll be fine.
I don't know. It'll be fine. Oh, that might be worse.
Oh yeah, play hope.
Oh,
Sure.
yeah, it's fine. Oh, and look, Jerry Carey. What a name.
What a name.
Ah, Jerry Carey. Ah, crap. Ah, crap. Well, I'm definitely taking one of those to
Think
start.
he knows Jim Carrey
Jerry Carey?
or Drew Carey?
There's a possibility, I guess. I'm bringing a smudge.
Like long lost cousin or something.
Bringing a smudge. All right, we're going to get the power on. I'm going to check
Long
for
dead
the
cousin. I don't know. Okay.
Gosh darn it. All right, let's go. See if the ghost will play pool. I mean, it has to be near it to play
Hey,
pool.
Flash, we're gonna get ghost correct and we're gonna live this time, okay?
Okay, I like it.
I just want you to know that I do just fine at this when I'm playing by myself. So I don't know if it's because every time I've done it with other people, I don't know if it's just like the lack of smudges that just makes it so much harder, or like every time I do
That
it with other
might
people,
be.
it's way more of a struggle.
Yeah, oh, look, cards. Because you have to balance it for the other players, too, which can be difficult.
Yeah. When you're yourself, more
The
smudges.
juice. Sweet. All right, checking temps. Is their hood fan working? Good. Ice machine.
What you making?
All right. I'm just making sure. I'm doing an inspection of the kitchen.
Oh, okay. Safety inspection.
Yeah. Sausage projectiles seem pretty on point.
I have a hole you can try throwing them in.
I'm sorry, what was that?
I don't repeat these things. so once was good. I mean, it's the pool table upstairs. You just gotta come up a couple floors.
I'll be waiting in the truck. It's cold here. Is it here? Nah, maybe it's just taking a while to get cold. Somebody call 911. Do you know the ice maker? Yes. There's a couple of cool things. A couple of cool interactions you can get on the map. Yep. That's good stuff, I guess. Although, look, it's warmer here. I think it's just taking a while to get cold. A therapy person. You mean a therapist? Hey, Brave, welcome in. Don't you dare. Don't you dare say it.
This is your luck, not mine. I can't confirm, but I'm seeing my breath in this room, and I haven't seen my breath in it.
Son of a bitch. Yeah, it's 6 degrees here.
Yeah. All right.
I hate it here a lot.
Well, this was good.
And you can't hide there, so that's always fun. Therapy and training. Can you come downstairs real fast to the kids' bedroom?
Yeah.
Is Frank doing weird things for you?
No, he's just flopped over. He's very sad.
Okay, he's doing some things I feel like he should be doing when no one's around for me.
And not in a child's bedroom, is that
Yeah,
right?
we're gonna try to cover Frank with some objects. Maybe a hat and a shark. Yeah. I'm gonna give Frank some alone time.
I heard your talk about sausages.
Ugh. Ugh. Not the sharks. I gotta cover him with something. Frank's got moves. He's got... Man, this is a weird map. This is a really, really weird map. Oh, my word. Well, how's everyone doing? Everyone good? You guys doing okay? We're gonna leave Frank and Break alone. Looks like they're having fun. I hate it here so much. Now the sharks need a therapy person. Hey, Beast. I'm doing well. How are you? Alice Street of Phoenix. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Hey, how are you? What up, Kaylee? Wow. Just wow. Wow, dude. Oh, cool. We have stuff up there. I have a feeling our sanity is probably tanked at this point, but you know, we're gonna try. Mr. Rogers would not approve of these shenanigans. It's so beautiful. What the I'm not pulling the cards with her in the room. That's rude. All right, wish me luck. I said wish me luck.
Good luck. You didn't give me a chance.
Oh, okay.
dude.
Okay, thank you. What kind of stream is this? One you usually have to pay to watch. Wait a minute. At work, sadly. Oh, I hope work's okay.
Hey, you know, I hear if you pull one card, it won't lead to any issues.
How about
and
listen,
no desire
listen.
to pull additional cards.
Listen, I'm okay with that, just not yet, okay?
devil on your shoulder.
I need you to
little
refrain.
guide.
No, no. I say no, she should not do it. Do I have this? I do. Okay. Put that down. Put that there. Run away.
Oh, hey.
Oh, hey, how are you? Coming from TikTok. Welcome in, man. Wonder what are the chances of being upstairs and not here?
Are you here? Wait, you think it moved?
I don't know. Do you still see your breath?
No, it's 13 degrees.
What the dickens?
Yeah, it went up.
What a butthole.
You're gonna come down.
Wait, was that an event?
I don't know.
Was that an event? Okay, okay, we're fine. We're fine. We're fine. We're fine. I couldn't hear anything. It's so loud.
Around to find out.
It was it was so loud. I I heard the walking disturbance and ran away.
Are you here?
Hold on.
Are you close?
Hold on.
Friendly?
It's a possible hate crime.
Oh no. Where are you? Are you near? Are you here? Where are you? Are you near? Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Are you close? Are you angry? Oh my Lanta! Dude just slid into my DMs.
thank you.
What the? All right. I watched homie just come flying in. Oh my god. All right. All right. I need to go down a floor. There's nowhere to hide in there. I'm running. What is happening? Is there somewhere to hide in here? Yes. Oh, that was the breaker. Okay. All right. Let me collect my thoughts here. We have spirit box. Did the ghost disappear in the photo? Wait a minute. No, it did not. You see the ghost in the photo, right?
Yeah, it didn't disappear when I took it.
Okay. Not a phantom. I don't know if we did salt or not. All right, let's go. You can sometimes hide in the cupboard. Yeah, it's locked. It's locked. Another good spot you can kind of tuck away is in the bathroom right here. You can hide, like, usually the ghost won't round that corner and see you here. It's a nice little spot to tuck away. Did it talk in the spare box? For her, it did. What difficulty? This is a custom insanity mode where the ghost is 150 speed. We have 2 cursed possessions and there's 0 grace period. Yeah, this was a mode that was made by our friend Mr. Tom and K21. We decided to give it a whirl. Oh, my Lanta. So, we should not get any more evidence unless... Hey.
You staying safe?
I'm trying to.
Okay.
At least my shower's unlocked today. That's good.
Oh, that's good. You can have a shower today. Yeah. A little bit like prison. Sometimes the shower's not open.
Oh my god. I heard the ghost steamrolling down the stairs and I knew, get the hell out of the corner.
All of a sudden, I'm like, wait, is it down here?
I
And
heard
hear,
it,
like,
so
some
I
really
took off.
slow
I was like, no, 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 no.
footsteps,
All right, I'm going to get a parabolic microphone and then I'm just going to wait on the first floor.
I mean, that works.
Oh man, it could have gotten me. All right, I got this. I have another smudge just in case. We can even slow it down even
Hey, at
further.
least it's a ghost that'll come to you.
That is true. That's very fair. Oh, what a stinker, dude. What an absolute stinker. All right. Got some lights on. All right. Yeah, because hopefully Oh, I have some extra salt we can put down too. Here, I'll put this here.
Yeah, because we need a few more photos.
Okay. We get the boner jam?
And then we just need that parabolic. I did.
Hey. Hey.
Weirdly enough, it was in the room with Frank. Alright, okay. Do we have a camera down here? That's what
Do we have a crucifix here?
No, I don't think so.
We should probably get one. That's probably a good idea. You know what? That was oh man, that could have been bad. That could have been a big mistake. If it would have started hunting like that, it could have hunted right on top of us. We're stupid. Yep. Gotta walk the DO. I'm trying to. We're working on it. All right, crucifix inbound. All right, I feel safer now.
Yeah.
All right.
And I've got a camera.
Okay.
So we good.
Yeah.
I'm sure it doesn't cover the whole room, but
no, but as long as it covers where we are, that's fine. Oh, how long have you played this? Phasmophobia? Oh, a few years. Working on probably like
so our
my
book should
4th
be
year
full.
of playing the
We
game
just
pretty
need that list.
regularly. Oh, friend. Oh my god.
Terrifying.
It's so fast. No, don't come for me. No. Yeah, go for her. Yeah. No, go for her. No. Talk on the parabolic, you jerk face. Give us a whisper. Come on. Why is he? Oh, wait. Oh, you smudged him. Oh, I was so confused. Oh, don't come for me. No. Okay, we're fine. Oh, hey, I must have gotten it.
Safe than sorry. Oh, nice. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know when. All right.
I want you to know I pulled cards once yesterday.
Yeah.
Second
You got
card
hangman,
in.
didn't you?
Yeah.
Devil fool.
Yeah. It was a mimic, and it mimicked a rev during a hunt, and then it mimicked a Pulte at one point. It was really cool, actually. Except I was dead the whole time, but you know.
Yeah, that part sucks.
That part sucked.
Tower. Woof.
I don't remember what the first one I got, but the second was Wheel of Fortune Green. That was a tower.
Oh, look, a tower. Worst card ever.
Surprise! Oh, a moon card. Well,
Ooh.
something slightly more.
Oh, a devil fart.
Oh, how nice.
Nothing? Nope. All right, must be hidden in the wall. Okay.
Well, no, I heard it.
What if she gets hanged, man?
And a hermit fool. All right. Well, that was uneventful.
That was uneventful.
I mean, I guess maybe it wasn't completely uneventful.
I mean,
It
we
did come
tried.
barreling down here at us.
That's true. It might do the same thing, like right now. Oh.
You were hoping.
It would have been kind of funny, a little bit. One of those silent fart killers. Yeah, something like that. Tower triggers an interaction? No, it doesn't. It used to. It doesn't do that anymore. Now it increases the possibility of an interaction based on your sanity. Which means the lower your sanity, the higher the possibility of an interaction or more interactions. And it just, it doesn't make sense. Doesn't make sense.
Welcome back. I've got some jobs ready.
Deal.
for you.
All right. Do you by chance have ads soon?
They ran while we were in the map.
What the dickens?
I know, I just let it happen too. I'm a terrible person.
Oh, that's awful of you.
I mean, if you want to run real quick.
I could run them and then we could choose our map and all that jazz. All right, I'm gonna run ads, guys, while we're picking the map and getting started and all that stuff. So you're not gonna miss much. 3 minutes. 3 minutes.
Oh, certainly has been spicy.
Oh, the light color.
Did
Oh
we
yeah,
say-
I know.
did you
I
say
need to adjust
cozy?
it.
Here's probably the mistake you made. Did you say it was going to be cozy in your title? Because every time I do that is the opposite.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I usually do on Sunday, and Sunday is usually absolute chaos.
Yeah. So you gotta stop saying that it's gonna be cozy.
Sorry. I didn't mean to.
And that'll fix it.
How'd you know it was a Dio? We knew it was a Dio because it stormed directly to us. It knew exactly where we were, all the way at the bottom of the map, and then it slowed way, way, way down.
I mean, if you do want cozy, we definitely could go back to Nightmare.
We could, if you want. Change it up a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah. Gamer, what up? What's up, Hunter?
Something a little more chill for a minute.
Yeah. Were you supposed to get an ad? It's random. Sometimes you'll get them, sometimes you won't. It's based on region. Yep. So if you're not subbed, if you don't have turbo, if you don't get ads, you got the ad lottery, I guess. Yeah, not everyone's gonna get them exactly. Joke's on me, watching on YouTube. Whatever, dude. Yeah. Maybe the ad block blocks it. You're asking, maybe the ad block blocks the ad? I think that's usually what an ad blocker does. Yeah. There are regions that don't have ads available. Exactly. Yeah. Thank you, Lena. Some won't run them ever. Yep. What map you thinking? Are you sure? I'm not sure. I'm gonna go ask the therapy person. $9 p.m. for you. So tired. Well, I mean, 9 p.m. Get a busy day.
I don't know. Sorry, I walked away because my cat is like, "Hello, pay attention to me." And I'm like, dude, really, dude? I mean, we.
What about? Listen, I know we said about we haven't done Willow.
I haven't done Willow today, and Ridge. Like
we could do Willow,
I know they're
Bleeze,
Easter
Ridge.
maps, and I feel like haven't necessarily been like avoiding them, but we also haven't done any of them, and I don't mind because I love those maps.
I'm down. That's cool with me. You're Willow. No, you're Willow. Hi, Phoenix. Yeah, I'm cool with that. I think the plan is to prestige tomorrow, by the way, for anybody that's curious why I haven't prestiged yet. I want to keep, while we're playing, I want to keep all the tier 3 items. Yeah. You have a therapy person? Yeah, it's my dog. Let's see if Frank is excited about Willow. He might be. You never know. Gamer, yes, I am. Yeah. Yeah. Nivy, hello. What do you like? Prestige 14? I mean, 400?
Sorry, were your ads done?
That says 18.
I don't know. I guess that went over my head. Are your ads done? Are you?
Yeah, they're done now. I was on it. We would have been okay during setup. We would have been fine.
Okay, sorry. I was just like waiting.
Max prestige is 20.
I was like, wait a minute.
No, it's fine.
He's ready. It's fine. I'm fine.
It's fine. Kubo, thank you for the follow. Welcome in.
We've arrived. Check the equipment. Check up before investigating.
I'm not prestige 400. How are you, Jay? Oh, James Thompson. Have a member escape the ghost and sense an EMFer. You know what? I'll take the lower tier stuff. We've arrived. We've arrived. What is the point of prestige? Challenge yourself. Right now, the only things you get are ID cards and loadout slots. Once you get past prestige 10, you don't even get a loadout slot anymore. So it is what it is. Oh, we got a box of music.
Ooh, it's your favorite.
It is my favy. We have hiding back here in the garage. Good to know. All right, I'm gonna go get the juice. I'm gonna go get the juice. Basement, EMF 3. I hate it here. I think it's in the left room. I mean, the right room, sorry. There's pliers. Oh, yeah, it's HR chucking stuff in there.
Hi, Ghost.
My therapy person's my dog. Yeah. Do I think it's worth it? If you want to challenge yourself, I think it definitely is. Eventually, you're going to get perks for it where it's like cosmetics and things of that nature. So if you plan on prestiging at any point, I would just go ahead and do it. Because, like, think about the levels I'm getting today that are not beneficial in any way. I'm past level 100. I'm like 111. That's 11 levels that could have gone towards the new prestige. But the reason I haven't prestiged is I want to keep my tier 3 items for right now. What the oh, it's in the truck. So it's up to you. If you like the tier 3 and you don't care about prestiging, then don't prestige. Yeah. Tunky, hello. Ay, ay, ay. Elizabeth. Thank you for the follow. How are you? Oh, Trick, I appreciate you, man. What's up, OTC? That's the reason you haven't. You just like playing the game and you're not worried about prestiges and all that jazz. Like, it's very throwy.
Oh, and it walked in the salt when I left. Rude.
Oh, okay. Mad Hatter, hello. How are you? How was stream? Thank you for the raid. Hey, Thompson, how are you? Welcome in. I appreciate you coming into the stream. Good to see you. Yeah, I'm live on all the things. I'm doing a test today to see if I can do all 3 at once without it bugging out. The main reason I do that is because I want people to have the ability to watch wherever the hell they want to watch. So if you don't like using one certain platform, you can use the one you like and still watch. That's why I'm trying to go live everywhere if I can. Stream was great, working on the new event stuff. Nice. Did you get the ID card and all that jazz? What do we got? Again, it's very, very throwy.
We don't have anything yet. At least I don't think we've done anything.
And we have all the evidences down there. Try APOC 3. Good luck, Quibble. Did you see it throwing stuff? It's doing big old yeets across the room. Working on it. Nice. How do I win every game in nightmare mode? Like J-Dub said, just don't die.
Can you feel it in your bones? Can you sense it from the truck?
Feel it somewhere.
All right. Okay.
I was gonna say my feet. Weirdo. Damn.
Oh, not your elbows or something.
Can't say anything. Listen, you leave my elbows out of this. Those are personal. When I'm wearing short sleeve shirts, I just have little elbow pads I wear.
You just gotta keep them covered.
Sensitive about my elbows. Actually, I don't want this. I want this. Leave me alone. OTC, we're not playing with viewers. No, if I'm ever playing with viewers, it'll be in the title. That's me hitting Vin, I think. You love wearing short sleeve shirts. So do I. It's short sleeve. I can talk. It's fine. What'd it say?
Something about reading Rainbow. Are you here?
Did it?
Are you close? Oh. I guess we will never know. Where are you?
Take a look
Are
in a book.
you far? Where are you? Are you here? Hey, reading Rainbow was the bomb.
Reading Rainbow was a bop.
So good.
I mean, Polte's on the table. I'm just around. Did it not give us UV when it walked through the salt?
Oh, well, I didn't see it walk through the salt.
Oh, I understand. Okay. Let me give it some stuff. Hammer time. Go. Give it a few items.
Yeah, I don't think it wants us to know if it has UV.
That's all right. Here.
Oh, we have freezing.
Oh, what the dickens?
Oh, that kind of ruined it, huh?
Well, none of them are throwy. Wait a minute. Okay, so it can't be a Moroi.
Shade?
Demon Revy Shade? Is it doing things with you in the room? Difficulties on Nightmare. Nightmare. What map? It's Willow. Yeah. Cassie, hello. Thank you, friend. Yeah. J-Dub, thank you, dude. If there's things I miss, I'm so sorry, guys. Like I said, I can't have chat open right now. It's like a white screen when I open it on my PC. It's really dumb.
I feel like it's not.
Why did you just go so high pitched when you said that?
I have no idea.
I feel like it's not.
I don't know.
Okay. Hold on. Hold on. Is it setting the motion sensor? Yeah, okay. Not a shade.
Yeah.
Is it demon or a Revy? Not a shady pants? I don't think so. Here, hold on. I'll set up a Home Alone trap. Really get this nerd.
Are those movie?
What?
The saw and the hammer just tried to run away from me.
Oh, not for me.
Ran into the wall.
Come on, go in the wall. Damn it.
Okay.
Go in the wall. Got it.
An interesting time.
All right. Well, the next best thing, I guess, would be getting it to hunt. Yeah.
I need a smudge.
Wife and I
wanna
love
take
playing on
one
Sunday nights
photo.
when the challenges reset. Yeah, heck yeah. That's a good idea. That's cool that you and your wife like to play. Remove the crucifixes?
Dealer's choice. Whatever you want.
All right, I'm bringing the crucifixes upstairs. You don't want to be in there if it's a Revy? No, probably not. All right. Hi-ya. With a hi-ya. How dare. Shut the power off. I'm gonna go get another smudge, just to be safe. Just to be safe. In a book. Thanks. Now I have Reading Rainbow stuck in my head.
Sorry.
Have you ever heard the Reading Rainbow DMX remix?
No, I don't think so.
I would recommend looking that up on your free time.
Okay, this isn't like the time that like.
I would not look it up.
The grapefruit thing.
Yeah, I wouldn't look it up right now.
Okay, I feel a little worried, but I guess I will. Yeah.
It's probably just not stream appropriate. That's all I gotta say. The grapefruit thing. That brings back memories.
I'm very scarred by that.
Oh my god, the grapefruit thing.
Yeah, and then Epic wonders why that sound, that blurp, is banned on my channel.
Okay. I guess
Fine.
stuff and things.
Yeah, I mean, I figured that's what you were wanting to do, so.
Just enjoy the tunes.
So lovely. You know what?
Ready? Watch. I'm
That
gonna
is
throw it
what
to you. I want you to
this
catch it in the
map is
air. Okay? Ready?
Okay.
3,
I'm ready.
2, 1,
Ready.
go.
I got this. Oh, I missed. I
Look
really
what you
tried,
did.
I swear.
This is gonna be a fun game of toss the music box.
Like hot potato. The ghost is hunting, right?
Let's see if it's a Revy. Oh shit!
Yeah, I'm a little confused. I'm not sure.
I think it's a Revy. Oh, Lordy coming. All right, are we safe? Yeah, we're safe. Okay.
Excuse you. You had one job.
What? What was my job?
Taking a photo of some salt or something. One photo, just one.
Fine, I'll go do it now. Damn.
And I opened my journal and guess what's not been done?
Wow. Do we have a ghost photo?
No.
No. Here, watch this.
No.
Hey, show up and show off for her. Do the thing.
Yeah. Be kind of cool or something.
James, do the thing. James. Show up in
Hello?
3, 2,
I don't believe
1.
you exist
Event
unless
ghost.
you show up.
It's not gonna do it. I'm just gonna take a picture of this and run away. Wow, dude, F you.
Turned off the power.
Goodbye. Damn. Let's see if it's a Revy. Oh shit. Damn ghost. All right. Run away. Run away. Okay.
Run.
We did it.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Intrepid explorers.
Every
Another
pesos.
day.
Okay. Oh, we got all the stuff. We got the things. Circled the ghost. Roger that. Get the bone. She always, like, I don't even have to worry about it because she goes to look for the bone almost every time. Yeah. Oh, thanks, Alex.
Welcome back.
Appreciate it, dude.
I've got some jobs ready for you.
Perfect. Awesome, awesome. All right. Well, we were talking about it.
Nate, talking about
Pleasy.
you, talking about me, talking about
Pleasy.
what?
Talking about, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Pleasy, yeah.
I love Bleeze.
It's a really good map.
You know, I was thinking the other day about how I kind of miss the old Bleasdale. But, like, I wouldn't replace this one for the old one, but it would just be kind of nice to be able to
I would
play.
agree that I missed the old one just for the having the map. What I if I had to choose one, I would choose this. But
Right.
I'm really I'm really crossing my fingers for the idea of some sort of like a legacy patch that we can play old maps on once they upgrade. If they do that, I think that would be a mint
That
of
would
an
be so,
idea.
you know, and even just for like nostalgia's sake,
Black
but
Rose,
then
what up?
more maps to play so that you can get without any more effort on their
Right.
part. More
Bring
maps
back
to
the old
play.
asylum, let people play that.
Yeah.
They should make it choosable. I think that'd be
I
cool.
would, I would love it. That would
I
be
think so.
amazing.
I think that'd be awesome.
All right,
Making it
please.
choosable, I think, would be a great idea.
Yeah.
Agreed upon. But we'll see what they do. Ed, thank you for the follow. Appreciate you, dude.
We've arrived. Check the equipment
Hey, Jared Hughes, how are you?
before investigating. Got the intel. Looks like this is going to be a tough one.
No
We have
orbs there?
reports of
What is
violence,
this place?
And it looks like they left in a hurry.
It's a new world. Maybe the ghost won't be in the garden for you
Wow.
today.
Okay. It's still going to be there, just not orbs. Miss the old
Listen,
asylum?
you,
I do too.
you just gotta start thinking more positively, okay?
Cover your ears. Oh, for the door? No, I'll just make her open it.
Because
Watch.
whatever you think is gonna happen, and so if you think positively, then positive things will happen. Here, I'll take these. Why not?
No,
I
it won't.
lined this entire pathway with every pet plate that I could move yesterday.
Hey, there you go. Let her do it. There we go. I stayed back so you could open the door. Oh, there's that 0-0. Watch this. I'm pretty sure that's right on top of where the water is, the faucet. It's like every time you get on this map, that happens. Where is it? It's here. Open. Look. Here. Why? Why does this happen? Why is this a sound that it's picking up? And it's not actually this. But now it's gone. You got me, dude. Where's said ghost today? Great question. I don't know. Let's find out. No bugs. Features. Features. Was that her? The shade, can it do singing events? I think it's said that, I think people say that it can't. I don't know if that's ever been confirmed by the dev or not. Wasn't the old Silent the one that they removed and replaced Sunny? Yeah. Yeah, a lot of people complained about the old Asylum and how hard it was to play that map. So they removed it and replaced it. Which again, I think part of the reason was the same idea of why they did Bleasdale. Because... Wait, what?
A ghost? Never mind. It's upstairs with me. We have EMF 5.
What's happening? Are you okay?
No, I'm losing it. I think the tarot cards and my brain broke.
Roger that. She did. She sounded
Ghost is in
traumatized.
the attic. Where the tarot cards are.
All right, I'm on the way. Hold on. You good?
And did you hear we have the EMF 5?
Oh, yes, I did. Thank you. Holy cold, Batman. I want to see the ghost through the beads. Go through the beads. Do it. Go through the beads. Please don't kill me. Hold on. Go through the beads. Go through the beads. Where's Lilith? Oh, I don't know if she's here or not. She seems a little disgruntled. Yeah, a little bit. She was a little disturbed. It's not, it's just walking back and forth here. It's not going out into that other room. Where's my thermer? There it is. Hey, Kazaki, what's up, dude? Joining late? No worries. It's not leaving this room. I was hoping it would go through the beads.
Oh,
it's not doing it.
Be cooler.
Tips I can level up faster. Do the highest difficulty that you can as fast as you can. It's not going to make you better at the game, if that's what you're wondering. But if you're just caring about levels and just leveling fast, that's the way to do it. I don't recommend it, but it is the way. I had 1.2. Oh.
Nope.
No UV.
Oh.
No. All right, I'll go get more stuff. We have EMF 5. I can't forget about that. There we go. Never seen this map. This is Bleasdale. This is the revamped Bleasdale. It came out like a month ago ish. Is there an item you'd recommend a lower tier instead of tier 3? Depends how you play. All depends on how you play. Usually when it comes to incense, I like to use lower tier. I don't like using tier 3 incense. Because usually if I have to use incense, the ghost is like right on top of me at a hiding spot or near a hiding spot. I don't want to stop it in place for it to have a better chance to get me. So what I'll do is I'll use a lower tier smudge, lower tier incense, like tier 1 or tier 2, because then the ghost will continue moving. So if I'm going to use a lower tier item, this one I definitely use lower. We'll bring in one of those, one of these, and for the sake of staying alive, we use some incense. What difficulty we're playing on? Nightmare. Nightmare. Is your puppy one of the photos? Yeah, she is. Dude, oh, the camera. There's absolutely lag from the camera. Rhodey! Yeah, I'll show you my dog. I'll show you Josie. Oh, and the headgear. Absolutely. Another one would be the headgear. I like using the tier 2 headgear. One of the main reasons is because I don't want to stare at green the entire time, and I don't want you guys to have to stare at green for the night vision, as handy as it can be. But also, I don't know. It makes it very immersive. It makes it feel more ghost huntery if you're like this. Like, look at this. This view behind the camera with the light, it just makes it feel like you're there. What do we got? That was the ghost. It walked through the beads. Love it. I love it. I love it. Can I put it on the beads? That'd be funny. No? You prefer tier 2 UV? Very fair. Very, very fair. What if the beads could tell you something? You know what I mean? Like, what if the beads, the way that it walks through the beads meant something? It's going through them a lot. Dude, now it's going in and out of this room a lot now.
Oh.
Yeah, crazy talk. Oh my God, Mr. Doc. Doc, you crazy motherfucker.
You here? Are you
Yes.
close?
Yes.
Are you friendly?
No, sometimes.
Yeah, that's...
I'll leave you two alone. Mr. Doc, thank you for the raid. Hello. What is up, guys? How are you? How was the fun with Mr. Doc? Hi, Lizzie. How are you? Doc, how are the rest of your games, friend? By the way, I don't know, like, I know you had to change your microphone. I don't know if the microphone change was on purpose or not. Like, if you were having trouble with another one, so you switched to the one you're on. Your voice just sounds so crisp. So crisp. I'm crazy, but not the second part. Well, to each is their own. To each is their own. Guys, please make sure that you're following my lovely, amazing, fantastic, fantabulous friend, Mr. Doc. Mr. Dockerton III. One of the amazing members of Midnight Society. We love Doc. His voice sounds so different. It doesn't sound different. It sounds bassy. It's got volume. I've always wanted to be crispy. Well, Tater would be very, very proud of you.
It does not want to journal its feelings, but it is dots.
You should call it mean things. If Doc did a podcast, I would listen. Oh, same here. He could talk about absolute nonsense, and I would listen to it every day. She said dots.
Any particular reason I should call it mean things?
Because it deserves it, and it's a little event cretin, and it broke the terrarium.
How rude. It broke things. Well, yeah, that seems deserving. Yeah.
I would assume not a Goryo. I would assume that as well. I'm assuming you saw dots in person.
I did.
Okay. Yeah. Good. That's a good assumption. Yeah. Paranormal.
Threw something at me.
Thank you for the 22 months. Hello. You wish your hair had more volume? That's fair.
Just threw a remote at my face.
Throw it back. I'm just enjoying this from here. Oni, Goryo. Well, no, it's an Oni or a Raiju. All right. It has not evented like at all. I think it's a Raiju. Ayo. Hey, Shattered. How are you? Doc, thank you again. I hope that the stream was amazing, friend. I was there for at least a little bit. If you need to go, you know I appreciate you. Hey, Cole, what up, dude? What is this, please, Dale? Will it go through the beads again? I haven't seen dots yet. I have yet to actually see the dots myself. It's being very, very stingy. I'm just having fun just watching you from here. It's fine.
This ghost is really boring.
I told you to curse at it.
I'm just saying. Elbows.
That's not a curse. That's just rude.
No, this ghost hasn't done anything to
All right, I'm on the way. I'll be right there. Hold on. I'll be right there. Oh, shit. I don't have a lighter. Hey, look at that. I caught myself before I went into the house. Look at me go. What is the Oni ability? The Oni doesn't have an ability. Doesn't have one. Eating ice cream? Playing with water balloons? I feel like that's going to make for a really, like, milky ice cream. Yeah. Spuds, what up, dude? You were typing lighter. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you for looking out. It is often we forget. There's a reason there's a lighter emote.
I'm at like 300% sanity. This is fun.
Hey, you doing things?
You want to pull a card?
Yes, what are you doing?
Pulling some cards.
Do we have a crucifix already in this room?
We have one, yeah.
Where is it? It's right there? Okay, I'll put one over here.
Right here.
All right, do we have hiding? No. Okay. Well, this is going to be
we
spicy.
have the other hiding in the attic, if you can find it. But it is there. Yes.
The other hiding in the attic.
One
Is
day
it
I
this-
tried. Yeah,
this one here?
One day I tried to find this. Well, you know,
in the
what, I was
dark or
just kinda
something? Oh, go on.
up in yeah, and I ended up in some random.
Not a fan of the
corner
word
and it was not a
milky.
good time.
Well, I mean, I think it's all in context about how you use it.
I don't know how many you pulled. I pulled a couple Sun cards. I pulled a couple of Wheel of Fortune Queens.
Oh, okay. I just pulled every single card. It's fine. Well, guess what?
No,
Devil.
like 4 or 5.
Oh, that's a Wheel of Fortune. Boo.
Yeah, you can just keep going.
Oh,
I have
okay.
enough.
All right. Wheel of Fortune
Look,
red.
Ghost is gonna show up for a photo.
Ready? Ready? You ready for the photo?
Yeah.
Oh, what the hell? Sorry, the lighting on the card just went really dark.
Oh, it was really wonky. Yeah, I had that happen to me too.
Oh God! Did it just dot event me?
Yeah, it did.
What? Did it just event in dot form?
Yeah. Yeah. That was fun. I have a really sweet picture of you and the ghost.
What the
Like
hell?
they're asking for uppies.
No, I don't want it.
Oh, good times. I have a feeling we might end up dot hunted. Then that
Wow.
would be better.
All right, that was all of them. I drew a moon card, so I definitely have 0 sanity. Well, that was new to
Well,
me.
I definitely have. Yeah, I've never had that happen.
Can't say I've ever had a dot event.
No. No, I have not either.
What the hell?
Didn't even know that was possible. To be honest.
Is that kind of like the, wait a minute. Is that like the dot hunt where if the ghost starts hunting while in dot form, it's the dot bug, right?
That would be
Is it
my
the
guess,
exact same
yeah.
thing with the
That
event?
would be my guess, yeah.
Wow. So
Like
it started to dot
eventing-
like that. By the way, it's not walking for me. It's
Yeah.
gliding.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be my thought. Is it started to do the dots right when you pulled the devil card, and then it's like, well,
Wow.
okay. Yeah.
Oh,
Oh.
dude, move your foot. You're on fire.
Thank you.
You're just standing on it.
Appreciate the warning.
Burn your little toesies. Careful. All right, so it's either an Oni or a Raiju. And it is
Yeah,
not
and it has
eventing at all.
not been
It
no,
went to the
not
beans.
eventing at all, not active.
It went to the beans. Should we try to run away and listen downstairs?
Need more photos.
Need more photos. Owie!
Well, that helps.
There, take a photo of that. My skin's on there. Oh wait, you have salt up here. Oh, give me the camera. Mom, camera.
Three.
Is there more than one? Hold on, 1, 2.
No, one
Oh,
in each.
damn. Okay. That's right. It's gonna, which crucifix is it gonna bite? It's gonna bite this one. It's gonna bite this one again. That's rude as shit.
What did it even just do?
Ready for it? 3, 2, 1. 1,
And now.
1.
What? You're just not gonna listen
Here,
to
I
either
hold
of
one
us, though?
crucifix, you hold the other. It's like a
Okay,
battle.
who do
It's
you
like a
want?
battle for the
Your
ages.
Flash.
It's like a battle.
Who's more delicious? I think it wants you.
Live your
because
soul.
I saw
Oh,
that event.
stole.
Oh, it's behind you, by the way.
Is it? Ah, crap.
I saw it in the dots.
Ah, crap. This is crucifix fighting. Who's gonna win? Wait, do I win if mine's on fire? Like I'm shooting it at you?
I don't know. What are the rules?
What do we go back? Why was that so aggressive? Oh!
Oh, hey. That's a photo.
We go back to back and then we do 10 paces and we turn and we cruci. Ready? Here we go. 1. Oh!
Ow!
Ghost ain't having it. All right. All right. I'm bringing this one downstairs. All right. Roger that. I don't know if you win or lose.
I'm not sure. The rules were never fully established.
All right. That's right. We can hear it from down here. It's like they were trying to make a wheel and they just like fell apart. Like, oh, F it, man. This is fine. This is how the wheel started. Ah, shit.
Some sticks.
Our wagon's not going anywhere.
I don't know why. Why is it so hard?
Who are you playing with today? With Break. Break of Daylight. I think we have hiding down there. Yeah, we do. Okay. Oh, reading's good. No.
Am I I just said neither of us win with
Is that a new house? It's the
whole
revamped
Cersei
Bleasdale.
Wars. It's the ghost. The ghost is the winner.
The ghost is the winner.
Yeah.
This is a little delayed. It might be Everett. Yeah. I'll just wait here behind this. It's fine. Hey, what's up, Clay? How are you, dude? Kiara, thank you for the follow, by the way. Welcome in. Natty, thank you for the 7 months. Sure, it was all kinds of spicy upstairs, but now, no. By the way, when you have the parabolic out and it's on, you can't hear me through the, when I'm doing walkie talk. Watch, I'm going to talk to the walkie.
Actually, today I've been able to.
Oh, have you? Hold on. So we're going to do a little test right now. And if you turn it on, tell me if you can hear me or not. Can you hear me? Can you hear me when it's on? Okay.
Yeah.
So let me see it. Because I don't think I can hear you.
To me,
Here, talk to the walkie.
How are ya?
Keep talking.
Pineapple. Pepperoni. Mac and cheese.
It's like a fun little game of guess what she said. I'm pretty sure you said something about pineapple sausage or pineapple pepperoni.
Well, that's yeah, but no, that has to be. And I'll be if people trying to talk while I'm using parabolic going around. I just can't hear you. not every day. Someday.
I'm enjoying myself.
I don't. It's not a demon, so can't.
Ordering at the drive-thru? Yeah. Doc made a very good point. He said it's like ordering food at the drive-thru. Yeah, I'll take
a really good point.
large fry with hold the Why is it not hunting? And Dan. Hi, Mr. Tater. And Dan.
Ghost.
It's not. I don't know what it's doing.
Oh yeah, we had cards. I was like, can we just make it hunt?
Oh, it's hunting.
Finally.
How's the speed?
Normal speed.
I mean, it hasn't farted on us, but it also hasn't really evented until we forced it. What's happening about sound? I can't hear her through the walkie. How's it looking?
It's an Oni.
Look at it slide. Look. So there's a really funny multiplayer bug. How are the ghosts today? The ghosts aren't bad. Yeah, what's up, Em? My last Oni didn't event one. There is something happening with the ghosts. Why is she reverse moonwalking? Just to show off. Don't you dare, I swear to God. She did trip. Okay, we're fine.
That like 300% Sandy I got back from the tarot cards.
Oh, well, that would explain it.
Yeah.
Wait, why can't I? Oh, it's because of the smudge. Okay.
I think I need to spend some time in the dark, or we just gotta say F it.
I mean, I'm okay with saying F it. For the blinks normal. I'm pretty sure it was an Oni. I was more or less focusing on the fact that it was not actually walking, which was pretty funny. There's some pets. By the way, whoever was asking, this is Josie. That's my dog. That's Mrs. Josie. Josie, there's Epix, Meowfurian, and then there's
Josie
little Milo.
And Pizza Cat. Oh, and you
Pizza Cat, that's right. Yeah. Look at the pets.
Look at you.
Ghosties are not ghosting. They're really not. What's up, John? All right. That was a pretty little invisible Oni, yeah? I mean, visible, not invisible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely not a Raiju, so
Okay.
which surprised me, but that's fine.
Hey, Soul, how are you? What's up, Lauren?
Like you said, the only events were the ones we forced.
Yeah.
I don't understand.
What a great ghost. Oh, we were talking about how the ghosts just have not been ghosting the way that they should be. They're not at all. It's really, really weird. Going like 20, 30 minutes without a single ability being used. It's
22
weird,
minutes in the map and
how many
3
events?
events. Okay.
3?
3.
How many were forced by the cards?
At least 2.
Yeah.
Right? Or just 1?
Like the gent.
I
Yeah.
don't know, but still.
Wow, dude.
That's ridiculous.
Wow, dude. Wow. Just wow. Just to verify. No, I do not have cats. Nope. Just 1 dog. 1 dog, 3 kiddos. And Mrs. Flash and a bunny tree. Yep. Where to, Captain Sue?
Maybe.
What went wrong with the
Do you
gin?
want to do Ridge or do you want to do random?
Ooh, Ridge.
Yeah.
I like Ridge. Even though it's event map. I know we were, yeah, like you said, we're not necessarily avoiding them. We're just trying to do a good
No.
mix.
Like, just don't want to only do
Event maps? Yeah, agreed.
Yeah, because I
Play
did
the
the
danger
same.
that we
It
have
was
been.
the same 4 that it is right now. I did Ridge. We were doing Willow, Ridge, Bleeds,
Right.
Maple over and over last night, and I was about to lose my mind.
Oh my God.
By the end, I was.
I
like,
think I
"Can
was
we
feeling the
please
same way
do
when I had the
enough
event maps
points
last
yet?"
time. I was like, dude, I want to grind points, but
I just need, right, but I just need more
Variety.
I don't know. And I don't want to grind points. That's the thing.
right.
If,
Oh,
especially
thank you,
if it's just,
Lauren.
like play the game. Like I'd rather
Appreciate
just
you.
play the game.
Right. Okay. Ridgeview it is.
Anyways, Ridgeview it is.
Can never go wrong with a Grafton run. Hey, I like Grafton. Grafton's where it's at. Let chat vote. Yeah, how's that go for you, Tater?
There have been new reports of a cursed object nearby. This must be the reason that the ghost was summoned here.
I'm gonna find this.
He
out
knows the
by
answer.
letting it blow out my firelight. Okay.
Okay. You know what? It's gonna. You
It'll
know.
work.
No. You know what? It's gonna blow out my firelight. It likes me more.
Wow.
Yep. That's what's gonna happen.
Guess we'll see. won't we?
Oh shit. Well.
Hey, you know what?
Yeah.
I haven't had Blood Moon on an event map yet.
I've had 1.
Well, now you've had 2.
Well, damn.
Also, like the exterior of this house at
Well-
the event is like I think it's my favorite exterior.
You said him at me? Hold on.
It's very pretty.
I'll be there in a minute. Don't let it blow out your firelight, okay?
Wait, when you say firelight, like the firelight or like the firelight? Flash? Bad
Oh,
news.
sorry. Was saying bye to my wife. Aunt, welcome in. What's the bad news?
It blew out my firelight.
Son of a biscuit. I was saying bye to my wife. This is rude. Gosh darn it. Aunt, how was your stream? Welcome in. Sorry, my wife is going to go hang out with a friend tonight, so I had to go say bye. Goodbye, wife. Oh, thank you guys for the follows. How was stream? Shauna, how are you? Get good, my guy. I hope that stream was amazing. Thank you so much. Let me scroll back. How was Faz, dude? I know I've seen you on TikTok. I know I've seen you. Victoria, welcome in. DK, how are you?
I think the ghost just invited me down.
Perfect
to the basement. I'm
timing.
scared.
Oh yeah, perfect timing. We yeah. Make it romantic. Make it wait with the ghost or with my wife. Sheldon, I'm good. How's it going? All right, let's do this guy with one of those guys and one of those guys. Let's go. Oh shit. How's stream going? Stream's going well. Playing with one of my friends. We've just been doing some random nightmares and some insanity runs. Ghosties have been okay. We've had a few that have not been acting like themselves, which is weird. Yeah. Ghost heard the trash talk. Listen, man. Did you say where the ghost was, by the way?
It's in the dining room.
Oh.
But it opened the basement door for me, and it was really creepy.
Oh. All right. Here, I'll give it one of these guys with a side of one of these guys. There you go. Think it's gonna be an Onryu? We'll see. We will see. Yeah, Joe, definitely. Yeah, I definitely wouldn't go into a stream and say incoming raid before somebody raids. Just a nice little fun fact for Twitch. Ghost be hungry? I mean, it's not eating anything yet. Us or them. You know what I mean? Hey, Mysterious, what up? Blood Moon? Yeah. Blood Moon event map. Good times. What sucks, though, is that this ghost model, you can't see its eyes. So on the Blood Moon, the ghost models, they have like glowing eyes. So this one, not good. Not good. Join on a Blood Moon. You did. I'm going to bring in some crucifixes and an EMF. You did indeed. Yes, yes, yes. What up, T? Alicia, hello. Hi, yay.
Oh, apparently you just have to ask.
What'd you ask for? Walk in the salt?
UV. Yeah.
Oh,
I was
okay.
like, is there a reason
Oh,
you
cool.
have it? And it was
You know
like,
what? I've
oh,
heard.
about that. Yeah.
If I place this under the event stuff, I'm not going to be able to pick it up, am I?
I don't know.
Oh, it didn't go. Okay. It's showing it like it's underneath, but it's not. Okay, good.
But you can still get to it.
Yeah. Good times.
Okay.
What are the chances of a blood moon?
Don't know.
Is it 2%? I think it's 2. Archmage, what up? Do you ever do a perfect run on blood moon? I mean, really, I don't even have a dog in the race because I'm past level 100. I just don't want to prestige till tomorrow. So really, I'm just doing this so we can keep our tier 3 stuff. Yeah. 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 Ant. Thank you again. Thank you so much again for the raid. If you need a raid and run, dude, if you got to go get some rest, some eats, chill with peeps, I appreciate you. Pretty sure it's 2. I think it's 2 as well. I could check the cheat sheet website to see the unofficial site from 0. It's got a smudge for safety so we don't get got. I think we have everything else in there.
It's taken away with me.
Is it taken away or is it taken away?
I think taken away. It was the lady.
I like your answer too, Phoenix. Yeah. Raid and Lurk, thank you so much, man. I appreciate you. Make sure to give you a follow back so I can check you out. Come hang out in the stream when you're live. Like I said, I've definitely seen you out on TikTok before. Have a good day. Rye, thank you. All right, hold on. Do you think I'm going to get the taken away response?
Maybe.
Where's the spear box? Oh, there. All right, ready? Here it comes. Where are you? I think it's here. Ah, crap. Arthur! No, you're good, ND. I appreciate it so much. Found it.
It looks like your butt was on fire.
I mean, listen. I was just trying to get it a little warm. It's cold back there. Damn. Arthur, I think you caused that to happen. I think this was you. And it said it slipped away. I don't know if that slipped anything. Where are you? Are you here? Are you near? Where are you? I'll take the credit. Sold. Where are you? Are you here? Are you near? Are you close? Are you angry? Are you me? How many elbows do you have? Are you mad that Arthur's here? Where are you? Why is it not answering me? Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Are you near? What the dickens? Where are you? It's over here. It's taken a wee. Where are you? No, you're taking a wee in here. Where are you? What the? Where are you? Where's Rachel? Oh, shit. What the hell? Hey, so can we talk about that?
Did we both try to smudge?
Yes, I did. I don't know if it actually lit or not.
Yeah.
What is
It
happening?
didn't look lit
This is
to
not
me,
the
but
first time this
I
has happened
clicked the
today.
button.
I'm just flat on the ground. That was, yeah, I was gonna say, I was like, this seems pretty fast.
Oh, yeah.
That was not the first time that's happened today.
That you've tried to smudge and died.
Yeah. But also came directly to us for zero reason.
Oh, well.
Cat Pro,
For
thank you for
zero
the 4
reason.
months.
Wait, hadn't you just said something to me, though?
I did, but it was upstairs.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, man.
Whatever, man. Rude.
But
Rude
all
crew,
I know
dude.
is I'm pretty sure we both tried to smudge and we both died at the same time.
I don't know if my smudge actually lit or not this time. I'm not sure. So you're saying it wasn't a DO? No, it was a freaking Moroi.
It's fine.
Whatever. I don't even care. It's fine.
Well, Emery says it's your fault.
Well, Emery can lick a butt.
Oh, shoot.
All right, where do you want to go?
Oh, I need a...
Oh, crap. She's here. Scatter.
I need... I need to run ads
Okay.
soon. Do you want
I'm
to
cool
run
with that.
now? Or
I can
do
run.
you
I
wanna
can run mine
wait?
now.
Okay.
That's perfect timing because then I can go use the potty.
Yeah, because I figure if we like wait, then yeah.
Yeah.
Anyways.
I can use the little ghost hunter's room. Yeah. All right. I'm gonna go ahead and run them.
Okay.
Can't tell me what to do. That's fair. All right. I'm gonna go ahead and run ads, guys. We're gonna go ahead and sync our ads together just so that way we can have them running at the same time. While they're happening, I'm gonna go ahead and go taking a wee. That's right. I'm gonna use the restroom. Yeah. Arthur, thank you again for coming in, dude. I appreciate you. Welcome in. All right, 3 minutes. If you're not subbed, if you don't have turbo, I try to run my ads in the lobby like this, so that way you guys don't miss gameplay. So I'm gonna go ahead and do that now. Ads. Wait for it. There they are. All right, BRB. All right, we're back. We are back. Hello. Stream ending? No, not yet. No. I was going to the restroom while the ads were playing. Yeah. Wow, dude. Wow.
You didn't see anything.
Holy hell. What'd you do over here? What did she do while I was gone? Can't hide. Way to go. Wow.
I tried.
I tried so hard, got so far. You know, in the end, it doesn't really matter, right? Fuck. There we go. Ads are done. Perfect timing. Love it. All right. Random. Prison.
Random? If it is, it's because you jinxed us. If it's prison, it's going to be another blood moon.
No, it's not. Wasn't prison. See, it's not my fault.
See, not never big maps when I do random, but...
Now we're starting to get them.
Well, I mean, you can't complain about Sunny Meadows, though.
No, I'd rather have Sunny than some of the other maps, to be honest
I
with you.
love Sunny.
It's a really great map. Even better. Even better. Oh, hey Jen, how are you? I was just telling them earlier about the chat. I keep having to look at my phone because the chat I have on my right side, I can't see it right now. Like the link is busted. So I'm gonna try to fix it if I can. All right, I'm gonna do parabolic flashlights, motion sensor. I'm gonna go ahead and get that. Imagine reading chat. Imagine, dude. Sunny Meadows is an amazing map. I love it. I can't wait till they start doing custom small maps. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I didn't have a whisper, did I? Oh, Jen, it's good to see you. What up, Gio? Are you saying things to me? Oh, I had the pair mic on. Couldn't hear you.
I had the thought. I was like, he's not answering.
Sorry. Sorry. What were you saying? Sorry.
You're fine. Would you like to try your hand at peeking in a mirror?
Ooh, okay.
I
We
could
can-
do it, but...
You could do it, and then, I mean...
that was probably...
Oh, that was... Oh, gosh. Having issues with OBS, too. Mine's been a little weird, yeah. I mean, you could peek in it, and I can look over your shoulder.
Okay.
All right. I'm ready when you are.
Ready?
Oh,
Well, that's not helpful.
okay. Well, we have
room
a
with a
tipped
door.
over
All
bed.
right.
And the bed was
Wait,
on
you saw bed?
Yes. The bed was on the right-hand side of the door. So,
I saw the corner of the room and then the door.
okay. I'm pretty sure I saw a bed.
So
Let me
it's
think.
one of the walls that has white on top, green on the bottom. So is that is that upstairs or
That-
downstairs? That's upstairs, right?
I think it's upstairs. I'm just trying to think what rooms would have the bed on that side tipped over.
It was
Might
on
have to
the
do a peek.
right-hand side, tipped over.
I think so. Because it was on the left side looking the other direction. So it would be on the right. Most beds this way are on the left, aren't they? The bed's over there. I'm just going to start on this side. You start on that side. I think it might be the male wing too. No light. F's. Because that, look, left side. We need the door on we need the bed on the other side. No. I don't. I think I found it. She's wait, is it a she? Jessica Martin is in patient 07's room. What if it is patient 07? I'm gonna do a peek down here to see if power's down here. BRB, you're good, no worries. Well, we found it. I was very curious to think. I was very curious if what I thought was like a turned over bed on that side was just the end of her room.
Do we want to try and find the power?
I could give it a gander. I looked downstairs and it wasn't there. I could go look in the closet over here. Who's patient 07? It's Pam. Pajama Pam. Damn it. All right. F it. I'm going to go find power. I'm going to go do power. Hey, Dino Nuggies for the kids. You better have brought some for the rest of the class. Hey, I got it. It's in the courtyard.
Ooh, nice. Okay.
Yahtzee.
We have freezing temperatures, and the ghost just farted on me.
You know, that's not something you get to hear every day. Do you think the fart was because of the freezing?
Undecided.
Maybe she's trying to keep you warm.
That's kind of gross.
Well, what is she going to do? Give you a hug?
That would be less gross, I think. Maybe. I'm not sure.
Hey, Carrots, how are you? You can't to my Aunt Dino Nuggies until you get us up. I'm not getting cheesecake. I don't even like cheesecake. Why would I do that? Get those cuddles. That's right. We don't have a camera in there, do we? Rats. Okay. This. Just because. I don't know how much our sanity has taken a hit. But we'll see. Hey, what's up, Storm? I'm not playing with viewers, Jessica. Not the cheesecake again. Oh my god. Planning a Halloween party for the boys. What do you think I need? Smarties and chairs. That's it. You'll be fine. Don't be throwing stuff in other rooms, you little jerk face. Not there. It's over here. There we go. Bingo, bango, bongo. I don't have headgear on. Son of a biscuit. Not the Smarties and the chairs. It just makes sense if you think about it. What else could you possibly need? I gotta be careful not to have the paramic on because when I do, I can't hear her. And I don't know why. Some weird bug. He's a weird bug. Oh, hey, how are you? Damn, service here sucks. Feature! Yeah. I'll have to report that one. I don't know if that's known or not. I can only assume that it is. There's enough people that play in multiplayer to, I imagine, give that up. 9. So it turned the 2 crucifixes over when I was in there, and it still has yet to turn over the 3rd. How's that work? It make no sense. Hey, what's up, Arrows? Following because I saw the shorts on YouTube. Appreciate it, dude. Welcome in. So she said we have freezing and that's it so far. All right, I'm gonna bring some more stuff. EMF, this, and a smudge just in case it starts on. Because you never know. Maybe it changed rooms. I don't know. We can check the temps. I think it's still in the same room. I assume. Love how they still haven't fixed the bug where you get stuck on a chair and oh yeah, or stuck on the car in Willow. Yeah, that's probably not going to get fixed for a long time. What happened?
Nothing.
Okay. Walked in the salt. There's a crucie there. We'll put one out here. Just in case. Just learn I'm supposed to hear other players when I use the paramic. The more you know. Yeah, you're supposed to be able to hear them. She can hear me. I can't hear her. If that gives you any...
You look good. You're doing good work. Keep it up.
Thanks.
Yeah, love it. You could be... I think you could be a model, you know? Probably a butt model, yeah. That's a good point.
I'm just trying to show my good side. How's it look?
Looking good, yeah. You might need to do a few more squats and things, though, you know.
Wow. At least you didn't say anything bad about my elbows. We're good.
Oh, you could be an elbow model.
Hold on, let me show the camera.
Yeah.
I can't tell if it's working.
Can you do it one more time?
Yeah, roger that. Mild Spork! Thank you for the gifted to the community pool.
I think definitely, like, if you're gonna try and go into modeling, the elbow business is where you want to focus.
It has a nicer smile. Wait, the ghost? Why is it not showing up?
Have you considered being a hand model?
What about male models? Jessica Martin. Turn the crucifix over now. Oh, I'll pretend I'm not here. Watch this.
Brought in a toy. Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Oh, there you go.
Oh. Oh, well, that explains why I wasn't getting anything. But it talked to both of us. Where are you? Are you here? It talked while I was in the room with you. Where are you?
That's true. It did.
Are you near? Where are you? You should line up for a photo with Break.
Yeah.
Where are you?
That could be fun.
Are you near?
That's not very nice.
That's hot. Where are you?
Hmm.
Could be an ankle model. Victorian era.
Oh,
Where are you?
Wait.
Are you near?
On rail? No way.
Got him. Where are you?
Nailed it.
Why'd you slip away? Where are you?
Are you Flash?
Are you me? Where are you? Where are
friendly?
you? Are you angry? Are you angry? Are you old? How'd you die? Oh, like that? All right. Listen, dude, you're just getting rude at this point.
Non-rail then, right? Yeah.
I'd say more than likely not. Let me get this crucible.
Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? Where are you?
I want a ghost photo.
Where are you? Please show up for a photo. Where are you?
I wanted to
You
show
like
up just
pineapple?
right next to you for a pretty little photo.
Do you
Wow,
have
dude.
elbows?
Dude,
Not knees.
what'd you
Not
ask?
knees. If it has elbows.
Oh.
I don't
Oh,
think
ghost
it
fat.
does. I think it's feeling a little bit sensitive about the fact that it doesn't have elbows or knees.
It's gonna eat the crucifix
Are you
again.
near?
Ready?
Where are you? Are you friendly? It just doesn't want to be you.
It just was elderly. Where are you? Are you here? Oh,
Are you close?
damn.
Are you old? You're just annoying.
Oh, it must be old elderly victim.
Elderly.
Where are you?
From behind.
Well, that was a lie. It was in front of me. Where are you? Where are you?
Yeah, can you be a little more accurate?
Are you here? Where are you?
Right here.
Ghost is a jerk.
That's what you see. Just like this goes. Right here.
Oh. Here, I'll stand on this side with the lighter. Yeah. Yeah, if this is an Onryo, this is some bullshit.
Are you near? Are you close?
I'm going to leave now. We have no more crucifixes. You better run.
What do you think it's gonna be?
I think you're about to get mowed down by a Moroi.
Did both our parabolics end up out there?
I have one in my hand hole.
Your hand as a whole?
Yeah.
Are you okay?
Been meaning to talk to you about that.
I know we had two of them over
Yeah,
there.
I don't know. I think I brought mine to the. I think I brought mine to the door. I think. Whisper sweet nothings. That's right. She's gonna make the ghost get you. No, she's not. She would never do such a thing. Oh, what the hell? Did you check for mimic orbs? We checked for orbs earlier. Definitely didn't see any. Twins? Basil? Kind of sounds like Fast Twin. No, this is not 150. This is Nightmare. That sounds like Fast Twin, right?
Okay, right. I was like, it's fast, but it could just be twins.
Yeah.
So I'm not crazy. Okay.
No, I that sounds like a Fast Twin to me. We could have another hunt just to be
Like,
sure.
it might just be our sandy isn't low enough for it to be faster if it's a Moroi.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not. I don't.
Tell
wanna
you why
say
a
one
wraith
way or the
stepped in
other,
salt
but,
in your
like,
game. That sounds like a thing you talk to the developer about. Yeah, I don't know what I would be able to tell you. Hey Sam, I'm good. How are you? Sounds like Fast Twin could be a mid-low. Yeah, it's possible. It is possible to be a Moroi, but I mean, we both got Spirit Box responses. We have not taken any sanity. I think our sanity would be tanked by now. And it's slower. So there you go. There's your gimme.
There you go.
There you go. Yeah, and the fact that the ghost is slower and we've taken 0 sanity.
Objectives always? Oh, we're not really close enough to close.
No, but maybe, I mean, I don't know. Maybe it'll come over to us. Or maybe it's going the other direction. Nope, can't even hear it.
It went somewhere else. It might have gone downstairs. I think it did.
Side note. Hold on, come here. Come here.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, stand there, don't move.
Okay.
Hey, you see the patch on my arm?
Yeah.
Why don't you look at it through the photo camera?
Okay. Wait. No, it's gone.
You got me?
You have nothing on your arm in the camera.
Correct. Why?
I
was looking that direction through the camera and I was like, where the hell's your glowy arm thingy?
Yeah, you don't have the level one either. You don't have either of them.
How does that work? All right.
Has features?
Features, just features. We intimidated it. We didn't mean to.
I don't know, man. I got nothing.
What the? Oh, what the? Oh. Hey, you have fun in there, okay? I'm gonna go ahead and go. You have a good time. All right, miss you. Here, take that with you. All right, bye. How did I get through? How did I get through? You were in front of me.
That is my question. I got shoved back.
Bread on toast. Thank you for the subs. Welcome in, dude. I don't know.
Rigged.
I don't know. Here, smoke this. You'll feel better.
Thanks.
Welcome. You stay. She likes. Oh, she like you. We never even saw the ghost.
No.
Nah, you're stuck. Sorry.
Well, it was nice knowing you. I don't have any food. No water. I'll eat this smudge.
Oh my God.
I'm gonna keep me alive.
You're doing great, sweetie. Chestnut, thank you for the gifted to Red Wolf. Oh, there you go.
We're fine.
We're fine.
All that
Everything's
panic
fine.
was for nothing.
Nah, it's fine. It's fine. Oh, good times.
All right. Oh, isn't it?
Oh, wait. I almost put more away.
Oh, yeah. Don't do that.
She almost did the same thing. They held the door open to let me out. Yeah, I guess so. Hey, Nathaniel. Hey, how are you? Lily, how are you? You're doing great, sweetie.
Welcome back. I've got some jobs ready.
Tweens.
Twins.
My fault, Flash. We were talking. Twin.
Is it? I just realized the time. Is it kind of late for you? Aren't you usually done by now?
Yeah, I knew I was going to go a little bit later. If we want to do like another one or two, I'm cool with that.
Okay.
Any fun ghosties today? We've had some interesting ones.
Obviously, I go longer.
I know.
Anyways, usually.
I know.
So,
It's okay. All is well.
do you have a preference?
Not really.
Maybe like a maple? We haven't been there today.
I'm okay with a maple.
Yeah,
Maple's cool with me.
I'm good with it. I like
Maybe we'll get
maple.
lucky. Maybe we'll get the monkey paw. If we have the monkey paw, we can change the weather. We don't have to hear the damn rain the whole time.
All right, we're here.
We will see.
The equipment and prepare accordingly before starting the investigation.
What do we got?
Nothing to report, but it looks
nothing.
like whoever was
Okay.
here left in a hurry.
Rain.
Rain. Delicious,
Rain.
yummy rain.
I like rain,
Needed a
actually.
break from the essays. I hope the essays are okay. I don't mind the rain that much either. It's just, you know, it makes things messy and bleh. And bleh. Blood Moon Prism. Well, I can't choose Blood Moon. All right, I'm going to be listening through the parabolic, so I'm not going to be able to hear you, okay?
Wait, what did you say?
I'm going to be listening to the parabolic, so I'm not going to be able to hear you.
Roger that, thank you.
Okay. There's a bug right now. I tell you what, if you need to get my attention, just hit the walkie a bunch of times. There's some weird bug happening right now where I can't hear her through the walkie whenever the parabolic is on. She hit the walkie one time. That's not... I hear nothing. Cards? Yes.
I think it's in the games tab.
Ooh, okay. On the way. I haven't seen the power yet, right? Ah, there it is. And I see power, so I'll get it. These drakes. Oh, Slender? Yeah. Yeah, Slendy's right here. He can be in multiple places on this map. This is probably one of the closest spots you can get him. He's right here. Yeah, they're Slenders. There he is. Hey, Queen, how are you? Had a demon hunt twice at 80% sanity. At the end, it had said 0 abilities. Fun. Bug, right? Well, what's the hunting threshold for the demon? Hey, I heard you're in the game 10. Are you here? No? All right.
Thrown things in here. It may not actually be this room. It could just be somewhere nearby.
Okay, but it's definitely doing things close by.
Over here, yeah.
Interesting. Demon is 70? I don't know why I thought Demon was higher. Why is someone at my front door? I swear to God. I know who it is.
I think it is. I see my breath in that tent now, so.
Okay. Hey, what up, Joyride? How are you, dude? I hear someone stomping. Roger that. Demon's 80? I thought it was 70. Wait, I thought Demon was higher. Hold on. Demon is higher threshold, yes? No, it hunts. No, it is 70. No, it is 70. 70's right. Yeah, 70's good. It's not 80. Yeah, it's 70. If it hunted at 80 and you're sure it was 80, then yeah, that's messed up. There's something wrong. I would report it. If it said it didn't use its ability at all and it hunted you above and there was no cursed possession that was used or anything like that, then yeah. Where'd the 80 come from then? Someone probably just guessing.
You old. You young.
There you go. I'm gonna put this one over here. Yeah, that looks good. That'll do, pig. That'll do. Oh, Relentless, thank you for the gifted to the community. Thank you guys for the follows, Bob, Midlady, and Boots. Thank you for the 4 months. Appreciate it, man. Yeah. I heard 80 for the demon thing too. No, the ability for the demon is any sanity. It can hunt you at any time. I think 80, isn't 80 the threshold for the yokai whenever it uses its ability when you're talking near it? Because a yokai can't hunt you at 100%. Yokai's 80 whenever you're talking. Yeah, that might be where someone heard 80. So that makes sense. There's so much to remember about the game. So if you don't remember everything, please don't think, well, I don't know how I can't. It's so much to retain. Yeah. Mayor 60 lights off. Yeah, 40 lights on. You doing okay there?
Yeah, we have Randy and EMF 5. I took a picture of it in action that
What the hell?
didn't work, so that's fun.
All right. Writing an EMF 5. Oh, no. Well, that's an awful combo. No, not even a pro could remember everything. No way. There's too much.
Yeah, it kind of stinks.
L stinky. I'm going to pretend like it's going to go there. Son of a bitch. I just heard it over there.
Where is it? Excuse me?
I got nothing, dude. There's nothing there for me, but I got it.
You got it.
Absolutely nothing. That was purely based on sound. Or game knowledge. Yeah, knowledge, absolutely. Yeah, the knowledge of the game resulting in you having the skills to do what you need to do. Knowledge is a skill. All right, let's go out here. Shady, thank you for the 14 months. Thank you guys for the follows. Galen, appreciate you. Gally, hello. Welcome in, guys. Oh, God, I'm stuck on the wall. Banshee, thank you for the biddies. Callie.
Like it's a shade
Is it? We can pretend it is. Because it's throwing stuff.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, if that's the case, might need to just make it hunt.
Yeah.
Here, we can, I can bring another motion sensor and we can make sure that it's not a shade 100%.
Or
Let's go. Everyone fails the knowledge check every now and then. This is true. What the hell? Hey. Still invisible.
It's still invisible.
Oh my god.
Perfect.
I think that's there's something up with the event, I think, with that. There we go.
Interesting.
Banshee, thank you, dude. I'm gonna chill by this rabbit. You guys do your thing, okay? Oh my god. We can't rewrite the definition of skill without telling. What do you mean? Sure we can. We can do what we want. It's fine. Blood Raven. Thank you for the gifted sub. Thank you. We're chilling. I'm gonna name him. What should I name him?
You and this bunny?
Yeah. He's my new buddy. I was thinking Clark.
Yeah?
Yeah. Jack? Jack's a good one.
Jack's good. I was kind of thinking Edward.
Edward? Oh, that's a good one too. Question. Where was Ghosty when it did that?
Where's the room down there exactly?
Okay. Well, what if you're in there and I'm in over here? How about that?
Okay.
I mean, that should stop it from eating that completely, right?
Right.
It's gonna get eaten. Hey, you don't say that about my friend. Peter, there's so many names, guys. I don't know. Relentless, thank you for the biddies. Uh-oh. We're gonna go with... I like Jack. I think Jack's a good name. We're gonna go with Jack.
I don't feel entirely safe right now.
Yeah, I'm not sure how I feel either. I have another crucifix over there.
Okay.
Peter, but spelled P-I-T-E-R. No. Not the fats. I know. It's bound to happen, T. Tips for streaming fast? Just enjoy yourself. Enjoy yourself. Make sure that you're communicating about what you're doing. Don't go dead silent because you're like hard sweating the game. Have fun. If you need to, jump in public lobbies, join friends. Why is it not doing anything now?
Very suspicious, isn't it?
A little suspicious.
Because I said I didn't think it was a shade?
Uh-huh.
Wow.
Little superstitious.
You're just acting like one?
But I don't even know where it is now because it's not even setting the motion sensors off. Oh, yeah. Okay, never mind. I'll shut up.
It's you. You're the guy.
Did I set it off? Is it me? It's me, Jessica.
You weren't moving.
I'm in here.
I don't know.
Is it next to you now?
Causation, but it's awful suspicious.
Is it next to you? Jen, thank you for the follow. Welcome in.
I haven't turned the motion sensors off.
Gotta be patient. I don't want to be patient with it. Thank you guys for the subs. Thank you for the biddies.
What's your name? Megan? Are you here?
I don't know where it is.
Wandered off?
Oh, I got breath over here, though. Yikes. I just heard it knock on something. You over here, butthole? Where's it? Where's it? Oh, shit! She needs a smudge. She needs a smudge. Smudge! No, it's a shade, spirit, or myling. Oh, I'm really late on the smudge timer. Very, very late on a smudge timer. That sucks.
Well, that was fun.
Well, aren't I the popular one? Where did it hunt from?
Somewhere around.
Ah! Oh, what the hell? Where's the power? My God. Jen, thank you for the sub. Thank you.
It hunted from somewhere near the campfire, because when I finally saw it, it came around the campfire.
Roger that. All right, get some lights on. Shed some light on this situation. Finally got the Doom Slate achievement. GG's. What a horrible achievement to get. Dude, that is literally all RNG and there's nothing you can do about it. Where is it now? Oh. I threw a beer. Where's the other motion sensor? It's over here. Small tent? Small tent? See, this is feeling so shady right now.
Not spirit. I think it burned a crew.
Yeah, I don't think it's a spirit either, but it's so hard. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Frickin', but did it get the power again? Oh, I hate you.
Rude.
Yikes. Can't even hide in the pooper. Hey, Song. How's it going? How's it going, friend? It's hunting. Love the videos on YouTube. I appreciate it, friend. Thank you. Hello?
There's ghosts.
It's hunting, right?
This place haunted?
Hello? Oh. Is that an event?
Can you find it?
Oh, it's done hunting
It's
now.
done now.
All right, I'm gonna turn the lights back on. Did the ghost just hit the lantern? Excuse me. What the hell?
So, I don't think it came over this way at all.
No, I don't think it did
I
either.
heard nothing.
Okay. We do a little flashlight test from here, I guess.
Yeah, maybe
It's gonna be tough to hear. My headlamp's off, yes? Okay. Wait. Oh, ghost fat.
Yeah, now it's Spartan.
I was so confused. The vent, the gate was open.
Although, oh my god, did I tell you about the time that I was playing with Shauna and we were on Woodwind and she was trying to like open the gate and I was trying to close it or something?
Oh, what a
I
hoe
hated
bag.
That was rude. Anyways, the gate got opened right as the ghost started to hunt and I was outside of the gate and the gate was open for me but closed for her. It was the trippiest
it's
thing.
rude,
because
but
I thought
funny.
it was eventing, but it was hunting, and I was like, "What is happening?"
No, I haven't played Oblivion. I haven't played any Oblivion. So I haven't played the remastered yet either. Negative. Love the vids. Thanks, man.
It's fun. Just walk inside that decoration right there.
Oh my god. I tried posting the the blueprints video up and dude, it got shafted hard. I think I probably shouldn't post that. I'll stream it again, but I'm not going to post a video about it. Passenger for a 4-hour ride home. I don't know what it's doing. Is it hunting? Yes.
Ghost?
Oh, here it comes. No, stop. Hey, train. How's it used? All right. I don't know. I'm a little confused. I'm gonna get the lights on over here. There we go.
So what are you thinking?
I don't know. It's really tough to tell.
The rain does not help.
No, not at all. How long will the event continue? I don't know. I'd have to go back and look. Why did it get shafted? Oh, I don't know. I don't know. It just it didn't do well at all. Which is perfectly fine. No, that's okay. There's a bunch of other horror games I really want to play. I want to try Other Side. Somebody kept saying to try it, and I really want to try it. Yeah, thank you, T. I'm not. If I was, you would know. Have I completed the trophy updates? Pardon you?
It burned the cruci.
Tell it to
God,
stop.
did we have crucis left?
I guess. Yeah, I'll turn on this too. Oh, no. I don't think so. No. There's nothing copyright about it. Hey, Kyle. What up, dude? Waiting for it to hunt again. We're dealing with a shade myling combo, and because of the heavy rain in the event, it's making it really tough to be able to tell which one it is. It might be a shade. What?
Apparently we had 2 crucifixes left.
Cool. That's fun. This is fun. I like this. This is good.
Yeah, I like this. Go to Maple Lodge, they said. We haven't been there yet. That'll be fun. Okay, it was me. I said it, but you know.
Yeah, you did say it. What in the absolute fuck? We might have to try it like this. Like, go over here, get line of sight, and then get out of line of sight and see if we can... That's the only thing I can think to do. I don't have a smudge. Do we have any smudges left?
I have one.
I don't, so this might be risky, but we're going to find out. I think I did.
Do you want mine?
I'll deal. We're trying the flashlight test for the myling.
Where are you?
I'm not the ghost. I will remember you. Okay, we're done. I couldn't tell what it was. Look at this little glidey bastard. Look. Maybe a myling? Maybe? Because I didn't hear it till it was closer? Flash, look out. I will. Sorry. Oh, man. The lucky part is that I am a high enough person. Oh, she's got toe. That I'm not really worried about levels right now.
Yeah,
Man,
I'm
look
just
how
gonna leave. I have no idea, but I
look
think it
how
might
yellow
be a
this is.
myling.
I think it might be a myling as well. That is not an official spot. I was trying to, the rain sucks. Gotta be quicker than that. It did sound a bit quiet. Toe! Can I not pick up toe? Oh, I can. Got him. Look at that. Proper little chair for toe. Wait a minute. Oh, that must have been the fire. I just thought I saw an orb.
Welcome back. I've got Job's ready.
Yeah, I was thinking that whenever I realized it was closer to me than I thought when it attacked me.
When you got moitered.
When I got moited. Yeah.
And you got hugs.
Yeah. I was willing to risk it for the biscuit.
In real life, the children just want you.
Wow, that's you've said some very questionable things today.
What's new?
What if we closed off with a classic tangle?
I like it. I have one last question for you.
What?
Before we go. What's your rank on the leaderboard? Just need to know.
Let's see. We're looking at 28,845. Don't want to brag or anything.
We're actually really close then. I'm 28,535.
Not bad, not bad.
Yeah.
Pretty good. You're pretty good at this. You're good. All right.
We're pretty close. We're closer than I thought we were. I thought you were gonna be ahead of me.
No, I haven't really done much event grinding or anything like that.
I haven't either though. Yeah. Other than last night, which was painful.
Yeah, I actually feel that. I was getting a little bored of the same maps over and over again.
Yeah.
All right, that's
All right,
right. Tangle, and it's going to be a Banshee, and it's going to go after you.
You know what? If it's a Banshee, I'm fine with that.
That'd be funny.
I accept.
Okay. Let's go in here and get a Banshee scream. Let's do it.
We've arrived. Check the equipment.
We've arrived.
Set up before investigating.
All right, I'm going to do this. What does Banshee need?
Intel. Reports of light
Ultraviolet orbs and dots.
possibly harmless,
All right,
but be careful
ultraviolet.
out there.
There we go. We got this. I'm going to go in here and get this Banshee scream, okay?
Look at that. For your last map, it's breaking down.
That'd be so funny. Ever play Little Nightmares? I played the first one a little bit. I didn't even finish it, I don't think. I should. It's a really cool game. There's another game coming out that's like it. Summoning circle grows. That was her. I've heard nothing. I heard Nanor.
I think it's just in the hallway because
Where was Nanor? I heard it.
I don't know. I didn't hear it.
I don't have an EMF. Oh, I heard another Nor.
Oh. In here.
Which one?
EMF 5.
This one? Okay.
Closet.
Oh, damn. No UV. Oh, no Banshee. I'm sad. What the hell?
Tried.
It knocked a
Hey,
painting
you
off the
didn't hear
wall
me?
and then it sat it up straight.
Oh. Well, I wanted to make a mess, but I didn't want to make that much of a mess.
I guess. It likes it better on the floor.
You didn't hear me because you had the parabolic on, but I was like, oh, look, it's the break of daylight for your last match.
Wow, dude. Wow. Wow. How do I change this to the blood moon? Tell me.
Good luck.
I wish you could. I wish when you were like, even if
I
like the monkey paw, when you
know.
changed the weather, there was a chance it changed it to blood moon.
Yeah, that'd be cool. Like,
That'd be
if
pretty funny.
Walking into the map, you have a chance of blood moon. Like, that would make
Right.
sense. If using monkey paw, you
Right,
have a chance.
dude, we get the EMF 5. Is it out in the hallway?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Based on temperatures.
Temperatures? Okay.
Where are you? Are you here?
We'll split the difference
close.
between the two so we can go
Friendly.
both sides. Ooh, I heard that
Alright.
over here.
You really like touching doors.
Those in here.
Where are
Excuse
you?
you.
Huh?
EMF 5 spirit box, roger that. Oh,
Yeah.
I think we might know what this is. All right. Burb. You're guessing twins? I'm gonna guess Wraith. Just a guess. Here, we can even solidify that a little bit more. How about that?
That's a lot of
What's up, Oliver? A lot of undisturbed salt, one would say.
Yes, I would.
I was messing around over here.
Oh boy.
Oh boy. Oh boy. You ever seen Quantum Leap? Like it's an old show. It was definitely before our time, but I've gone back and I've seen it. You ever seen Quantum Leap before?
I don't think so. I don't know.
This show where he like becomes other people, and he like at the end of every episode he goes to look at the mirror to see what he looks like as a different person. He looks in the mirror and goes,
Oh.
"Oh boy."
Oh boy.
Not before your time. It was before mine. That's for sure. Listen, I don't know where I watched it. I don't remember why I watched it, but it's a good show. He played the dad and Chuck and said the same line. Hey, Red Ninja, how are you? Think you need more salt? All right. I don't have any more, but I don't know how to please that requirement. There's so many good shows from back. Dude, you know what my kid loves? My daughter loves I Love Lucy. She loves it. Love, love, love. All right, let's do another crucifix. Let's do another lantern. Actually, you know what? F that crucifix. We're going to bring another lantern so we can get some photos. Why so salty? Because you're here. I'm kidding. I'm sorry. It was mean. I didn't mean it. It was a joke. MASH? Ooh. Dude, we did MASH as a play one time. Flash elderly? Oh,
Well.
rude. They called me elderly. Just because it's true, it's still rude. It's still mean.
If you're elderly, then I'm probably elderly too.
Ooh, okay. I don't have a camera, so this is all up to you, okay?
Did ghost turn on the light?
It did earlier. It's been a minute. It's been a while.
No, it just did.
Oh, did it again? Oh, I wasn't even paying attention. Repel 25. What's the name? Ann. Sorry. Ann Nilsson. Ann. Show up for a photo, Ann.
Show up for a photo.
Ann.
Ann would be really swell
Ann
of you
Nilsson.
because we're
Ann.
old, so we can
Ann.
use words like swell.
Swell. Ann, don't be a nincompoop. Show up. Ann. Ann.
Ann.
Ann. Oh, Ann. Where are you? Are you near?
Mom's over here calling me old.
Wow, dude. Where are you? He said songs over there calling you old? I'll ban him so fast, he'll wish he'll never get banned so fast. Where are you? Are you near? Are you here? Where are you? You like to be by yourself. Here, talk to break.
Where are you? You close? Do you like puppies? You threw one. Do you like puppies? Are you near? Is older.
Listen, the way you just said that sounded really, really bad.
What did I say?
You said,
I'm gonna stop talking.
do you like puppies? You threw one. Where are you?
Oh, it did.
Blow out the lanterns, you jerk face. Come on.
Do the tings. Oh, I don't know when you blew this one out. I missed that.
It's being a butthole. Absolute butthole.
3 more, Ghost.
Is that a zebra? Maybe. It's 10,000% Wraith. Why still playing? Because some people don't just get the ghost and leave. Some people like to get all the photos, get their objectives before they actually leave. That's why.
Wait, did you
Just because you know what the ghost is doesn't mean the game is over.
So far, are pictures of dogs. Like, that's a little suspicious.
Don't be suspicious. It hasn't showed up a single time.
No, not at all. It's uninteresting.
Maybe it's not showing up because it doesn't like this motion sensor right here. I'm gonna get rid of it for it. All right, we're ready.
Intimidated by that motion sensor specifically. I don't like that.
Oh.
I don't like that at all. I don't want it. Nancy! Gonna let it murder you, okay?
That sensor was the problem, see?
We forgot to repel.
Ah, crap. I told you she didn't like that motion sensor.
I had that thought right as it stopped hunting. I was like,
do we know what it is yet? We
oh.
might have an idea of what it is. We might have a little bit of an inkling. Yeah, it's the second we put down salt and it had messed with it, we knew what it was.
Photos off that,
They're hiding in here. Oh, negative.
It just touched the computer.
Touch it back.
The ghost or the computer?
You know what? I'll leave that up to you. I don't want to tell you how to live your life.
Since you asked, I'm gonna touch the ghost.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, here she comes. Ready? 1, 2.
Can she burn the crucifix
3.
or something? I need another. Never mind, that works.
I'm gonna touch your computer. I'm gonna touch it, nerd. I mean, the lighting on the desk is pretty cool. Oh, she's angry. Did she vent on you?
I don't know. I didn't see a ghost.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
creep.
ew!
Yeah, little creep. I heard that.
Gross.
Ugh. Ugh.
Gross.
All right, come here.
Well, are you trying to screen snipe the ghost here? What are you doing?
Am I trying to what?
You stream sniping?
What do you mean by stream
Ghost?
sniping? I didn't do anything.
I think the ghost.
Never mind. I think the ghost is stream sniping. Actually.
Yeah, the ghost is stream sniping.
Not you.
How dare you?
Yeah.
Ghost, please. So we just need the rappel. Do we have a bone?
Yes. The bone was in the master closet.
Roger that. See, she gets the bone first, like every time. No death strangle. I've had that enough today. No.
I feel like she's gonna hunt on top of my face.
I die a lot more when I play with others.
kind of
Hey, by the way, want to know something really, really funny? Come here.
What?
Stand over here. Crouch and look at the oven. Event lighting.
Well, that's fun.
Oh, here she comes. I need to see who she was.
Your flash is really delicious.
It's Rhonda.
Oh, I didn't even know it was Rhonda.
Hi, Rhonda.
Don't play with
Where you
the
going?
burrito, that's rude.
Where you going?
Hey, he
Where you going?
wants you.
Where you going? Where you going?
Get it.
Where you going?
This girl, leaving you. You gonna smudge? Don't forget to smudge.
I forgot to smudge. Hey, did you smudge?
I did it for you.
Thank you. All right. Well, that was spicy.
Forgot.
I shut the door to see if she would chase you down, and she did.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness.
Well,
What a turd. All right.
got
Well,
everything.
there's everything.
Yeah.
Hey, what's up, Umar?
Nice. Cozy tangle, he said.
Lovely. Good old Rhonda. Good old fashioned Rhonda. Oh, the ghosts today have been a thing.
Welcome back.
They've been a
Job's
thing.
ready for you.
It's 100% a ghost? No, it's not. It's a break. Well, friend. I think it's my time. I need to go get foods ready for children, I guess. Whatever.
Oh, yeah, I have to eat or something to stay alive.
Wow, dude,
that how that
please
works?
feed us. We haven't eaten. Oh my god. Well, thank you so much for the invite.
They like food.
They like food. Yeah, they do.
Thank
Indeed.
you for taking me up on it.
This
That was-
emore
I had fun.
I appreciate it.
I
We definitely
think
need more
you died
games.
more today than I've ever seen you die. In
I
one
know
day.
it's listen, the only
maybe that one
reason
time
the
you-
only reason is because I was being way riskier knowing I'm level 100 and it doesn't matter at this point what I have.
Fair enough.
I'm like, whatever, I'll risk it. I'm not
You
trying
just
to
don't
actually
even-
get
it
got. I'm not trying to.
Well, no, I know you're not like just running into the ghost being like, hug me.
But I'm like, I'll take an extra chance, and I shouldn't have. I'm like, this is why I'm so like.
Well, that's how I normally play the game. That's why I died.
Damn
It's fine,
DOs.
It's fine. Hey, you know what? Sometimes it's just more fun that way.
Not trying to get got. Yeah, no. Well, thank you again. I do appreciate it, friend. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a
rest
good
of
one.
your
I appreciate you.
day.
Goodbye. Oh, good old break. Her name is in the title, by the way, if you're not already following her. She is amazeballs.
I've got some jobs ready for you.
I'm gonna prestige soon. I was thinking of prestiging tomorrow. Normally I start my Monday with my weekly game, but I think what I might do is I might prestige first so we can take advantage of the 5K that we get after we do the weekly. I don't normally have the ability to do that. I don't have like my prestige that close to the weekly, but I do this time. So I think we will. Yeah, when you do the weekly, you get 5K. So if I prestige and I get 5K off of doing the weekly, yeah, making the most of it, right? Making the most of it. All right. But yeah, the wife is not upstairs. She's off hanging with a friendo. So I'm in control of dinner tonight. So that is what I need to do. I need to go take care of stuff and things. But thank you guys. Tiki Tax, thank you guys so much. I'm glad it worked out, man. I didn't think it was going to. I'm glad it did. I need to figure out something about the chat, though, so I can see it better. So we'll figure it out. But thank you guys. And YouTube, same to you. Thank you guys so much. We're going to go find someone to raid on Twitch. We're going to go find someone to raid. So thank you all for all the love. Let's go find someone. If you're not in the Discord already, the Discord link is in chat. The rest of my socials are there. Let me get the page open so we can go find a friendo. Takeaway dinner? No, I can make food. I mean, I can make an easy dinner. I can make like BLTs or something like that. So if anything, I need to go preheat the oven so I can actually make it. All right. Thank you guys. I appreciate you all. Thank you so freaking much for being here, guys. If you're new here, welcome. If you're not new here, I don't know why you're still here. You're just as weird as we are, which is okay. But thank you guys. Bye-bye, driver. Bye-bye. Okay. I'm still trying to figure out my St. Jude things. I think I'm thinking about it too much. I think that's my issue. I'm overthinking it when we can probably keep it simple. So we'll see. I'm waiting for some of the items for next month to show up. A couple have already showed up. I'm waiting for more. Yeah. Just do what I do. Stop thinking. That's fair. Touche. Thank you, Am. Appreciate it. When is St. Jude? Next month. Yeah. Starting on May 1st. Wait. Hold. I might have to remake that campaign, by the way, because like there's a weird milestone thing. It'll start on the 2nd, technically, I guess, because that's the first stream that I have for next month. Thinking's overrated. That's fair. Touches. Both of them. Okay. Keep it simple, sir. Yeah, I know, William. I know. So on that St. Jude campaign, on the St. Jude campaign itself, there's a milestone marker that says, hold on. It's so bright. Oh my God. Dark mode. There we go. That says original goal. And I don't know if I should just not care about it and leave this up or give a crap about it. Maybe not, because the month goal that we're going for, we're trying to raise $15,000 next month. And I accidentally put it at 10K to start. And I didn't mean to do that. So I don't know. I might leave that there. Might not be that big of a deal. But yeah, I have on there so far. I've got the milestone that shows when we've reached 100,000 total. So I don't know. I'll see. But let's go raid. Guys, if you're a follower, the first one's for you. If you're a sub, the next one's for you. My creepy little tier 3s, that one's for you. Ryan, thank you for the 11 months. Missed the stream. No worries, dude. Dark mode is a requirement. Light mode's too much. Like Discord light mode, if you use Discord on light mode, I don't know what to say about you. It's okay to be wrong, but not really. All right, let's get out of here before we hit the ads. You know someone that uses light mode? Is it Phoenix? She's not here. Is it Phoenix? Does Phoenix use light mode? No? Who? Oh, thank God, Phoenix. You scared me. Wait, who? How dare you? Evie uses light mode? Oh my God. And she works on computers all the time. How is she not blind? Yeah, she works on computers all the time. Blondie does too? Oh my God. What is wrong with you? Phoenix Dark. Maybe it was a play on words, like when they call big guys tiny. Phoenix Dark actually really likes light mode on everything. Blondie, the hell did I do? Light mode is useful when you're in a bright... Listen, okay, that's different. When you're in a bright atmosphere, that makes sense. So many people in America use light mode. Oof. Phoenix was born in the dark, molded by it. All right. Well, our amazing, lovely, fantastic friend, Mrs. Break, is still live, still trucking. So we are going to go say hi. I don't know what she's about to do. She might be going back to that insanity mode. Maybe, possibly, probably. So we're going to go say hi. But thank you guys. I appreciate you for hanging out with me today. Thank you for all the follows, all the chills. Thank you for the subs and the raids and the biddies. You guys are always amazing. Thank you so much. We have, technically speaking, 2 more streams this month. We have tomorrow and Wednesday, and then St. Jude. Apparently light mode's easier for my mom to read things. That's, yeah, see, some people's eyeballs just adjust better. Yeah. But thank you, friends. I appreciate you all. Tomorrow we will do our prestige game to start, and then we will do the weekly. And then after the weekly, I don't know. I've got to decide if I want to stick with Faz or if I want to switch it up. I want to try other side at some point. I don't know if I want to make that a full stream or just a partial stream. Blueprints, maybe like do the rest of stream tomorrow, Blueprints, and then maybe try other side on Wednesday. Maybe I want to incorporate some more horror games. But there's a list of games we need to make. Yeah, we'll figure it out. But I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much for hanging with me. We're going to go say hi to Miss Break. You all are amazing. I love you all. I will see you tomorrow. If I don't see you tomorrow, I don't know. I'll see you whenever. I don't know. I got nothing. All right. Love you guys. Bye.